If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
It sure is, because you need to use your common sense and give us a call at this phone number, 615-292-6366, because this is Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Hey, by the way, those last 4 digits, Nemo. He's always lurking somewhere. Sometimes he's in the numbers. He's like the Matrix. He's like Morpheus, you know what I'm saying? It's like... You're starting to believe. You are starting to believe. Here you are, listening to us on this fine Tuesday morning. Dre, what do you say we say that Ozzy's in the cornfield, venomous snakes are rescued from swimming pools, and Daddy never sleeps at night? Okay, that didn't happen, that last part. But some dude forgot his winning $50 lottery ticket when he went to the store. Didn't bring it in to cash it in. Well, he's here.
Okay.
He says, what the hell? I'm at the store. Why not buy another? Come out to the coast. Have a few laughs. $500,000.
Give me my money.
$500,000. Unbelievable.
Where's that at? Where'd he do that at?
Oh, I have no idea.
What state?
I'm just making stuff up as I go along.
Oh, okay.
here.
Cool.
Well, no, actually, it's over in Pennsylvania. Speaking of Pennsylvania,
Tell
dig
me
this,
more.
okay? Here's an idea. At least that guy went down there to collect. Because he went down there to collect, he actually got the big win. You gotta... Here's the thing. It's like the old joke is, God, help me win the lottery. Jacob, meet me halfway, buy a ticket. Or at least go down to pick up the damn thing. The Pennsylvania Lottery is waiting for a winner to step forward after drawing the numbers for a $1.2 million jackpot on Saturday. 17, 20, 21, 30, 37, and 38. Those are my numbers, man. They're not my numbers. The 6 numbers were drawn on November the 1st. The lottery says that lucky ticket was sold at a Citgo gas station, well, actually a Citgo truck stop, in Smithton, Truck and Auto Plaza on Motordrome Road in South Huntington Township, and that was reported by Channel 11 News. $1.2 million. The holder of that ticket has 1 year. They got a year.
Okay.
Somebody's getting their stuff together. I know somebody, oh my God, I got this ticket. What am I going to do with it? Oh my God.
Hey, listen, man. I lose my cap off my lid if I just win $20. Over $100? Come on!
Come on, man. I'm telling you, man. This is a big deal, man. $1.2 million. And by the way, that Citgo is going to get a $10,000 bonus for selling the winning lottery ticket. The ticket marks the 4th $1 million or more lottery prize in Westmoreland County in 2025. Pick up the damn ticket, man.
Just pick it up, dude.
It ain't that kind of ticket. Go and pick it up. All right, that's enough infuriation for now. Here's your feel-good story of the day.
Give it to me.
Speaking of Florida man with a Florida plan, Jody's over there. And by the way, good morning to Dexter as well, too. Roof. Little Dexter comment on the tube of you. A pint-sized pooch went missing from her family's home in Mississippi 5 years ago. Was reunited with her owners after turning up in a Florida city 520 miles away.
Why is Florida such a roller coaster of emotion of a city or state?
No, it's a city. Florida's a city. It's just one big city. It's so packed full of people. There's no wilderness there anymore except for the Everglades, and that's where they dump the bodies. Christy Taylor and Josh Gregg said their dog, a Chihuahua and Dachshund mix named Penny, went missing from their home in Lucedale, Mississippi. They never found out what became of her. Until the canine was found wandering the streets of DeLon, Florida, 5 years later. Brianna Rideout, if in fact that is her real name, found Penny dodging traffic on a city street October 21st and coaxed Penny inside the home she shares with her boyfriend, Daniel Inochi. The couple cared for Penny, while they posted on Facebook about the found pet. They then took Penny to a local shelter a few days later, and a microchip scan showed she'd been reported missing 520 miles away 5 years earlier. and this is what Rideout, if in fact that is her real name, told the Daytona Beach News Journal. How in the world does that happen, is what she had to say. Taylor and Craig made the drive to Florida on Wednesday and were reunited, and it feels so good with Penny. Taylor said Penny appears to have been cared for during the time she was missing. She's a little bigger. She put on a little weight. Taylor told WESH-TV. The couple said they were happy to have Penny back home. We're so grateful that she was taken care of, Taylor said. Wow.
That is a plot of a 90s Disney movie I will watch.
I am 520 miles. Okay, that happens.
Yeah.
5 years later.
A Chihuahua?
I know. I think it was a Dachshund.
Oh, I thought it was like a Chihuahua Dachshund.
No, it's a Chihuahua Dachshund. I think it was the Dachshund in her that survived.
Oh, okay. I
think the Chihuahua was dead man walking.
It would have just went to Taco Bell.
Every time I see a Chihuahua, this sound comes to mind. By the way, today of all days could be called the 3 C's, the day of the 3 C's. Common sense, community, and of all things, and I'll get to this in a second, this is kind of disgraceful, candy. All right. Yesterday, Pastor John talked about serving your community. It is National Community Service Day. This would be a perfect day to continue the tradition he started yesterday, well, or to keep on doing what you've been doing. And once you've done that, lose your heart and iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. I hope you guys are yakking it up on YouTube like Earl and Joan Noble. Hope you're making some FaceTime on the Book of Face. Maybe you're living your best life. Say it. Live your life.
Live your life.
Live your life on Live 365 and be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Perhaps at this moment in time, you've already listened to Trucking with Oida on this platform or on a podcast platform, and you're catching up with us on your podcast platform of choice. Even to you, I say, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. This is Road Gang Radio. Forget those lies you've heard over in Zebulon 5 with their bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept banana costume-wearing minion, Grease Charlton, because this, my friends, and most of it is due to the fact that Foam Master Dre is here and that Lindsay Lawler will be here later, is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. Live produced transpo show as opposed to recorded produced transpo show. You can be a part of the action, as Dre said. 2 people already are at 615-292-6366.
615-292. He was here yesterday, but he's here by spirit, Nemo.
And by the way, if you've never called into the show before, want to call in for the first time and are not a member of the reconstituted Road Gang, we will swear your butt in.
Come on in with those veins in your neck.
Veins in your neck. All of this, by the way, is broadcast and recorded, as the phone mastering maestro of motoring mayhem said, at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. Sorry, guys, bureaucracy calls upon me, but I'm actually really grateful to be able to do this. Fastport is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, BB the King, Brad Bentley. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. In just over a month, wow.
Whew.
Just over a month, we'll be joining those folks over in Washington, D.C. for their Vet Ready Summit, and we want to give special congrats to the finalists of Fastport's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award. Voting has started, by the way. Go to transitiontrucking.org, where the voting has already begun for Charles Jones Jr., who, like Dave, did his bit in Korea, Macy Matisse, who hit the wrestling mats in high school, or Mark Scriven, whose family seems to have every branch of the service covered, the Scriv. So you got Charles, Macy, and the Scriv. And voting has begun once again. Go to transitiontrucking.org, learn about these great Americans, and cast your vote. And all of that will be happening as we make our journey to Arlington to join Reeves Across America for the Lane of the Reeves. And by the way, they're going to be here today, and they're bringing Polly Trotter.
Yeah.
So look, you're going to want to listen to Polly Trotter. She's one of the great good guys of trucking, one of the great ambassadors. Not the ambassador works here. She shows up at 9 o'clock, Mrs. Ambassador Lindsay Lawler. But Polly Trotter is one of the great ambassadors of trucking. You're going to want to listen to her spread the good news when she sits down and has a chat with Susan Patton on Trucking Tributes right after our good friend Kevin Lindsay arrives on the scene, a continued conversation with him on maintenance matters. We got a couple of phone calls we got to get to.
We got 3, so I think we should just start off with a good old bowl of chowder.
All right. Before we get to Chowder, by the way,
Oh.
Dick Cheney has passed away.
Oh,
84
God.
years old. The former vice president, died with his beloved wife of 61 years, Lynn, and his daughters Liz and Mary by his side. We send out our condolences to Dick Cheney and his entire family. Good morning to you, Chowder. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, gentlemen, and family and friends of the rebellious radio gang. Well, thanks a lot, Jimmy Mack. I thought I was going to be a smart guy and break the news this morning first thing that former President President Dick Cheney passed away. But there you go, Jimmy, jumping the gun. Thanks a lot.
Well, I got
his
your job. Let me not.
I got my
I know you got a
notification.
job.
I got a notification
I know.
right as I was getting ready to say something. By the way, I like the fact that you called him former president. There's an argument can be made that he actually was.
I started my military career under George W. I didn't be prudent at this juncture. And I'm not really sure the few times I met them both who was really president and who wasn't vice president. They kind of one and the same at times, but they were good people to work for. So
Let me tell you,
still-
let me tell you, whatever you think about the former vice president, there are people in life who live lives of quiet desperation, and there are people in life who live life unactualized. You can't say that Dick Cheney's life was one of quiet desperation and that Dick Cheney was fully actualized. I mean, Dick Cheney knew exactly who he was.
He did, and he was great for Halliburton, and he was maybe self-serving on that little scrimmage in the sand. If you want to believe one or the other, it doesn't matter. History will tell it how it wants. I know one thing about Dick Cheney. He'll take you out on a good pheasant hunt. You just don't want to be in front of him.
Woo! My brother, if you ever meet my brother, Chowder, you have to have my brother do his impersonation of Dick Cheney on a hunting trip. It is like one of the funniest things. I swear to God, it makes me laugh so hard.
Is it like Duck Hunt, the old game Duck Hunt? You miss 3 times and the dog comes up and goes, rah, 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 rah.
Yeah, I mean, basically involves the shotgun pointing sideways and my brother going, woo!
No, that'd be about right. I don't think Dick Cheney ever said, let's go hunting and have another beer. But, I was really calling in to say hello to you guys because I've been slack lately. But I heard the mention of my Raiders yesterday, and I called up my buddy Packrat. We discussed everything. The Raiders have been working on a handbook. It's called How to Destroy a Franchise in 4 Easy Steps since 2003. And I think you're spot on with Carroll and Geno, whatever, Interceptor Smith, and that team is never getting any better until we get new ownership. We've had enough retreaded coaches and retreaded first-round draft pick quarterbacks, bad quarterbacks, good quarterbacks. I mean, we survived the DeMarcus Russell era and still didn't win anything. I think this comes down to we have bad ownership, and until we get an owner that doesn't get his hair cut at the Tupperware factory and doesn't care more about basketball than football, the Raiders, we're going to have to go get the brown bags from the Cleveland Browns, I think.
Yeah, and the other thing with the with your beloved Raiders is that they never adjusted. Some teams did. They never really adjusted to what the salary cap meant. Al Davis, the idea of Al Davis being constrained by anything, he never made the adjustment. Some people get a new format and a new form, and they don't know what to do with themselves, and they keep trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And what do you expect from a team that got a co-owner that used to be accused of being a part of Fumblegate is on our team now? So I'm not really sure how that works either, but he's doing well at NBC, I hear. Yeah, it's a real mess, and there's a lot of, like I said, it's one of those things too where you can fight the system only for so long. You've got to make the adjustments, and they never really did. And the other thing is that they, on 2 occasions got rid of a coach, on one occasion traded a coach, and the other occasion fired the same guy when they should have just said stick it. They should. I mean, that's one of the things we've learned in the last few years to tell people.
John Gruden should never been part of our team. He's never done anything. He's never drafted anybody that didn't do anything but make it to ESPN, the late shift, and he won a Super Bowl with another guy's team. We should have stuck with either Del Rio or Pierce, but never the never John Gruden.
Del Rio was a good coach.
Yep.
And by
Pierce
the
was
way,
getting there.
the biggest mistake they ever made, though, was they should have made a commitment to Berline from the beginning and stuck with him, and they did. And that was a disgrace what they did to him. There's some people out there. There's a great article in the New York Times about, and it really is, anybody who's an owner-operator needs to read it. I've always said that if you ever want to learn about what it is you do for a living, it's always better to learn about it from people who do something else for a living. They often teach you really kind of valuable lessons. And there's a great article on the destruction of quarterback talent. And, you know, there's a couple of guys out there who I sometimes agree with on the radio and sometimes don't. But a number of people have been big Sam Darnold supporters from the moment he was drafted and are now going, told you. And the number of people,
I think Daniel Jones will be another one of those. Yeah, he had a bad game Sunday.
He ran into the greatest
of New York.
Yeah, he ran into one of the three great defensive coaches in the NFL right now, and that happens from time to time. By the way, speaking of good owners, have you seen what she's doing? There was this big thing where somebody said, "Why is she always on the sideline?" The new principal owner of the Colts, the granddaughter, and it turns out that she's wearing a headset. And she's not telling anybody anything. She's asking questions because she wants people to help her understand. She knows more about football than even the average fan, but she openly took a press conference where she said, I know more than the average fan, but I don't feel like I know enough yet to be able to talk about this with the men who run my team. They are actually explaining the difference between when a player screws up. You know, it's great.
I almost forgot who you were talking about because I forgot she's the owner. I thought you were talking about Condoleezza Rice out in Denver for a minute, but
Conde.
She's a smart lady too. If you ever get a chance to meet her, I got to meet her one time at a briefing session in D.C. and she's a pretty cool person to talk to. She knows a lot of stuff you wouldn't think she would, and she's real personable and listens well. A nice lady. Maybe next time when I call in, we'll talk trucking.
Yeah, well, I managed to work a little bit of that in there, by the way. I managed to slip a little bit of that over the fence, by the way. Yeah, Condi Rice, man, is also a massive college football fan as well, too. Conde.
I'd like to see her become president of the NFL like she wants. I'd just like to see that happen.
That would be kind of awesome, dude. All right, Chowder, it's good to catch up.
All right, later, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Later, Chow.
Bye.
Before we hit this break, we'll take one more phone call, Dre. What do you say? Who do I got in the line?
Oh, let's just let them announce themselves. Hello, who are
Hello,
you?
who is this?
Showtime.
Yeah.
I just like hearing you say it.
Showtime. What's going on, man?
Hey, I saw this last night. I don't know if you guys knew about it, but back in September, an auto theft ring was busted in Detroit, Michigan. There were 8 people indicted. They had possession of over 400 cars. They were stealing them, hiding them in industrial buildings, putting them in containers, and they were shipping them to the Middle East.
Woo.
I had heard about this, by the way. This is like, I mean, 8 men in an international crime ring. Dearborn. Right. It was near Dearborn, Michigan. They're all Detroit guys. $35 million worth of stolen.
Whoa. Yeah. Back up on that. Go find their names.
Oh, snap.
Oh, well, if it's Dearborn, I know their names. I mean, I'm telling you right now, if it's Dearborn, I mean, that's Dearborn.
Yeah.
And here's the irony. That, well, that's a lot to kind of unpack there in regards to what Dearborn in the last election did. But, yeah, I mean, if they're coming out of Dearborn, we know exactly what that location is for. I mean, that's what Dearborn is. I mean, that's what. Well, I'm sorry. Let me walk that back. I'm not surprised, given who it is. It's kind of like, if you told me a bunch of Hatfields and McCoys were actually, running contraband out of Appalachia, it's the same thing. If we're in Dearborn, Michigan, it's going to be a certain kind of person because whoever lives in that community is going to have that. That's going to be the criminal element of that community. I mean, it isn't like, it isn't like, white dudes are going to South Central L.A. It isn't like, black dudes are going up to Appalachia. I mean, that's Dearborn, dude. That sounds about right.
Right. Well, and to give you an idea, a couple of years ago, I had to go up to a Dodge dealer up there to pick up a car that was going to an auction or something that I was picking up. In the showroom, all the Challengers and Chargers had wheel locks on them, sitting in the showroom. because of the theft problem. They were stealing them out of showrooms.
Back in September, guys, 2 defendants from the 8-person alleged international car smuggling ring in Metro Detroit appeared in federal court Monday afternoon following last week's raid in Dearborn. This, by the way, is back in September. Mustafa Al-Fetlawi from Dearborn Heights and Haydar Al-Haydari from Garden City had arraignment and detention hearings. A 12-page federal indictment details the operation that ran from July of 2023 through August of 2025. Prosecutors said the defendants collected stolen vehicles at 4 commercial and industrial lots before packing them into shipping containers bound for the Middle East. 350 stolen vehicles, $35 million, along with car parts during the investigation. And that's the fact, Jack.
Yeah. Well, and I think after that, the stuff I saw said it was 400 cars and 40 million.
The numbers are going to grow, man. That's how it always works.
Yeah.
Is that you
well,
always?
It's just like that. The Sing deal out there. They still don't know how much they've stolen out there in California.
Yeah, that's why.
They haven't figured out how much has been stolen.
Yeah, the initial announcement was tens of millions of dollars. They put it simply at that. When you hear that, it means they're still inventorying and they're still trying to track back how much these folks are responsible for. I'm going to dig into this, man. I remember seeing this and being like, woo, man. That's some stuff going on there. But that's when it's bad, dude. That's, people don't. And the other thing that people don't realize, too, is that, everybody thinks there's a lot of shoplifting that goes on, a lot of gas stations, which actually that is true. But a lot of pharmacies and all that kind of stuff. Turns out that half those Walgreens that have all those locks, you know why they do it, right? It's to prevent employee theft. It's to prevent in-house theft half the time.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy. What are you doing with your day?
Well, I'm headed down to South Carolina to drop one, and then I'm going home.
How long are you going to be home for?
For about 8 days.
Oh, dude, well deserved. What are you going to do? You got a list?
I've just got some stuff I got to do, but I'm going to go to Tennessee for 2 days and do some firearms training. So I'm going to do that next weekend.
There is a what is it, 2-wheel therapy, and then there is 6-chamber therapy as well too. Brother, I got to take a break and hit the national anthem, the pledge, and the whole enchilada. But it's good to hear your voice, man.
It's pew-pew therapy.
Pew-pew.
I like 6-chamber better. Later.
All right, man. Thank you so much, Showtime. We're going to take a deep breath here. We got a little bit behind because we love talking with our friends.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rockaway, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday. Good morning. I got something I want to share with you found in Psalm 37, verse 5. Now I want you to hear what the psalm writer says. Psalm 37, verse 5 says, commit your way to the Lord. Trust him, and he will act. So the songwriter is basically telling us if we give what we have to God, and as we give it to him, we're showing him that we trust him with what we're giving him. Don't miss what I just said. Give it to him. And if you give it to him, you are telling him that you trust him. So brothers and sisters, we've got to remember to stop holding on to stuff that we can't handle and start giving it to God, who we trust that can handle it. Be blessed on your Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
It probably helps if I turn my mics on. Well, thank you very much there, Pastor. And good old Weasel held onto the phone and gave us a call. We got a couple more minutes to get him in.
Hey, Weasel, what's going on? What's in the back of your mind?
Oh, dust some cobwebs out. Did you get a video from me the other day?
Where did you send it to?
Your phone.
Yes, I did. Oh my God, I thought maybe you'd send it to like Road Gang or something. I got that video. Why?
That was me, Halloween afternoon, downtown Chicago.
I'm like, why?
Give us the deets.
I-90
and Kedzie Avenue.
I'm going to show it to Dre at the end of the show. I'm going to want me to send it to you or show it to you?
Shoot it to me.
I'll shoot it to you as well. Tell people what you sent me.
I'm going down the road, and all of a sudden some people decided to park in the second lane from the right.
Hi,
I know. It's a good time. Everybody's having a good time.
It did not give me much of a chance to swerve left or right.
No.
There was traffic on both sides, and sorry, a car full of Mexicans, and it just, you've seen it. I didn't have anywhere to go.
No, I mean, basically you're boxed in. It's a box in. And matter of fact, the best way to preserve life is to actually follow the course you followed, as bad as it was. I mean, that's the reality.
And how are you doing since then?
Actually, I'm a little stiff, but I'm good.
Good.
What was the resolution? How did it all resolve?
Cop showed up. I got put in another cop car, went down, peed in a bottle, and blew in a tube, and they told me to have a nice day and took me back to my truck, and the other cop finished straightening up the stuff and told me to have a good day also.
I'm going to need that pee back, sir.
Yeah, I mean, basically, and it's like, I mean, the question is, are you going to post it? Did you post it?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think that.
It's a bad idea. I was going to say it's a bad idea. I'm glad you didn't. That's why I was about to say take it down. Yeah, it's a really good idea not to post it. Let it resolve itself. Let the people who take care of this stuff take care of it. Guys, I got to tell you, man. And by the way, Weasel was right. No matter how angry you get at what happens, trust me, do not ever, when you're in the midst of something that's going to involve lawyers, ever make a public proclamation in regards to what is going on with those lawyers.
Yeah,
ever.
take a back seat.
Ever. Let the people who do that. You keep on driving and keep on rolling. Other than that,
one more quick thing.
Yeah. Tell me what you got.
The cars and containers. Remember Jim Park a couple years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Car theft in Canada.
Oh yeah.
Going to the Middle East in containers.
Yeah.
Think there might be a connection with Detroit?
Oh, I don't think there is a connection with Detroit. I mean, the number of times that I've had to go make deliveries to do a pickup, the number of times we've had to get stuff from Canada where we literally had a 24-hour window that had we waited, we'd have been waiting a week. That connective tissue between Michigan and Canada in particular, because of the Detroit connection and because of what is across the border, I think it's absolutely what's going on.
That'll be brought up on Thursday.
It's the same network. It's exactly what's going to be brought up on Thursday. So we'll talk about this in more detail. Thank you, Weasel. Anything else before we get you out of here?
Too late.
No, I got to get my butt busy and move from one truck to another till mine get fixed up again. And
that's it, brother.
Thank you, Weasel. You have a great day, brother.
You, man. Kevin Lindsay's coming up after this, guys.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
We'll make the transition in a moment here into Maintenance Matters. Want to give you a quick heads up, though, that in fact today, along with Lindsay joining us at 9 o'clock in the center, 10 o'clock in the east, it's another edition of Trucking with OIDA. With the Trump administration cracking down on ELP and non-domiciled CDLs, there's an important issue at the very center of the conversation: driver training. Lots of folks are doing it right, but too many are not, which is what led them to reach out to, well, regular contributors to this show. Our friends at the CVTA, Executive Director Andy Polikoff and Chairman of the Board Jeff Burkhardt are going to be joining our friends over at OIDA. It's a chance to really dig in deep to talk entry-level driver training standards, CDL mills, and the Training Provider Registry, and much, much more. Hey, guys, we're going to take a quick transition here and make our way into Maintenance Matters just in a moment here on RadioNemo.com. Hope you guys have made your way over to the tube of you and hit that thumbs up button. Do the same thing over on Facebook as well. Wherever you're listening, if you can give us a shout out, a comment, a thought, or even a question for our guest, we're always happy to kind of throw that into the conversation. And we turn now to Maintenance Matters.
Oh, yeah!
Maintenance Matters, of course, is our good friend Kevin Lindsay joining us on a weekly basis every Tuesday. He, of course, is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America, and we are always thrilled to have him here. Guys, go to ta-petro.com to find out more about what TA Petro can do for you while you're on the road or while you're in the shop. Hey, Kevin, good morning. How we doing? We are getting a little bit cooler down here as well. Late fall is beginning to settle in. Time is now running out, and we are running out of things to talk about in regards to getting ready for the winter. There's so much more we've got to address. So we're going to kind of put a button on it today. How are you, my friend?
Well, I've been better. Been dealing with a little bit of a cold here the last couple of days, so I may be a little hoarse here. So
well, that's okay. I'm a big ass, so it all works out perfectly.
Good transition, guys.
Thank you.
I can't laugh. I'll start coughing.
I understand. Let's kind of pick up where we left off because, guys, if you're just joining us on the previous episodes of Maintenance Matters, we have been talking about getting ready for those winter months of doing, I guess, a long sort of October, early November sort of pre-trip inspection for the entire season. And we were talking talking about fuel in particular when we last left off, and I wanted to make sure that you could pick up the ball from that point, and then we'll move forward from there.
Yeah, that's no problem. But Jimmy, before we do, if you don't mind, I would like to mention something out there. There's
Please.
a little story circulating there from around the Nashville area about a cat that was lost at a rest area on I-40 west of Nashville here at the I-40 rest stop at mile marker 170. The cat was lost about, I think it was the 1st of October, and the owner came in, told the people at the rest stop, hey, he lost his cat, and then he went on, but he never left any contact information. Well, they found the cat, and the cat is safe, but nobody knows who the truck driver was. So I just thought I would throw that out there, in case there's a truck driver out there listening that may have lost a cat on I-40 in Tennessee back in October. So,
and by the way, there's always hope. I don't know if you heard the opening part of the show, man. Did you hear about what happened? The couple lost their dog 5 years ago, and they found it 520 miles away.
Wow.
5 years later, and the dog was in good health, and the last people that found it had actually, done the local thing, trying to see who locally owned it, and then went and got the chip checked out and realized that it was from Loosedale, Mississippi.
Wow.
And they drove out there, and the dog is actually, Penny is in good health and thrilled, and recognized them. I did a little more digging, recognized them instantly, and was like, literally had that thing, the soldier's homecoming with the dog. The dog just went nuts, dude.
Yeah.
So people, don't give up hope, man. I literally had a friend of mine who found her cat 3 years later. She found it. She was across the lake from New Orleans and was at a home in Covington, and across the street she saw the cat, and they said it's a neighborhood cat, and she's like, it's my cat, and they didn't believe her, and then they brought the SPCA out there, checked the chip, it was her cat. So there's always hope. There's always hope.
That's right. For your service. That's right. All right.
Unbelievable. Go on, as we like to say sometimes. Tell us about checking out, about getting that fuel, getting everything around the fuel ready for winter.
Well, yeah, that's another thing, because a lot of the stuff with fuel, I know we've been talking about seasonal maintenance and different things like that, but a lot of the stuff with the fuel system are things that, should be things that you're doing basically every day. You looking down in there with the flashlight, looking at, making sure you don't see too much debris in there. I know we talked about a lot of that last week and everything, but, most of the modern trucks, newer trucks, all have fuel water separators on them, and the reality of those things is it's kind of like air tanks, even though, we have air dryers and everything nowadays, and you hear stuff from different people saying, well, you got an air dryer, you don't have to drain your tanks. Well, that's not true. You still should drain your tanks, on a regular basis. Most OEMs recommend still draining tanks on a daily basis, but and maybe not necessarily completely true. But those fuel water separators, a lot of times the OEs will recommend those being drained, on a daily basis. I would say at minimum a weekly basis.
Let me ask you really quickly, Kevin, just to kind of give people a sense of this. Talk about the long-term. We always talk about long-term damage. Talk about the long-term benefits to doing it at least on a weekly basis. How it can actually extend the life of your vehicle and create less maintenance possibilities.
Well, a lot of people, we think about fuel and water, we know they don't mix.
Right.
And we know that the fuel's lighter, so the water's always going to settle at the bottom. And that's why, these drains for fuel water separators and things are on the bottom. Well, when the water level gets too high, it can get picked up and pieces of it, little pockets of it can move through the fuel system. It can actually get pressurized and then sent out to the head. But here's what happens, because it's not fuel, as it moves through the system, being a liquid, it gets pressurized and it moves through the head out to the injectors. When the injectors go to inject it, now all of a sudden it's in temperatures well above 212 degrees, and it's water. So water don't burn like the fuel does. when it gets atomized and sprayed into that cylinder. It actually becomes steam and expands is all it does, which takes up more space, which can actually cause a broken, it can destroy rings and piston crowns and all kinds of different things. Most of the time, it will just simply blow the tip off of the injector. So, and then once that happens, then you got raw fuel running in. And now you got fuel bypassing your rings, getting down in your oil, diluting your oil. You've got a miss, and all these modern electronic engines. The other cylinders are making up for it because it's got one that's slowing down faster than the other, so it's trying to fuel more on others, and all of a sudden, all it's doing is creating. It just compounds on itself. It creates this monster of a problem, and it don't take that long. When these things happen. So you really don't want that water to make it out into that fuel system on that engine. Nowadays with everything with such high pressures and, so many things looked at. And the good news is a lot of the newer trucks here with the EPA regulations and things like that, they have water in fuel sensors, and a lot of the newer trucks will have water and fuel lights and stuff on the dash. So if you see that, highly suggest go drain that fuel water separator. You want to get that off because if it stays on, it can actually derate a truck nowadays. So.
It's interesting, too, because I don't know if you know that today is National Common Sense Day, and I guess the most basic kind of note here. Yeah, I guess the most basic note here is that water does what water does. I mean, I don't want to make it sound so basic, but the idea is think about what the destructive properties of water are when it gets to 200 plus degrees and what it could possibly do and kind of set that in motion. That's really crucial. The other thing I wanted to kind of mention, which is why these lights, we go back to the beginning of this entire conversation that we started weeks ago. It's so important. We had the conversation with the Castrol guys too. Check the lights because you're right that so much of what is now new in trucks is compensatory, that trucks will often continue to do what they're supposed to do by compensating despite problems in there, which is why the lights come on, that the truck may seem to be doing what it's supposed to do, and it is, but it's compensating for something that has gone wrong, and it's only by checking the lights that we know that something is wrong. Is that fair?
That is fair. That is extremely fair, and that's because there's so many times I hear, well, I had a light come on, a couple months ago, but it went back off, so I didn't think nothing about it. Well, sir, that's why you need an engine now. I hate to tell you that, but that's, I've had those conversations with customers, and it's tough. It's tough.
What is really the thing is, it basically, the way to think about it was, it's not my job to warn you every minute of the, I hate to put it that way because maybe it should. It's not my job to warn you every minute of the day. I told you, you didn't listen, and now here we are. Basically you're blaming the messenger. So he only told me 2 or 3 times that I had, that had lights on my dashboard,
Well, not to try to get too much off subject here and talk about history, which, I'm very prone to do when we start talking about, modern trucks and everything. And I'll talk about the good old days sometimes. And, sometimes they weren't necessarily so good. But, when these electronic engines first came out back in the 90s, I remember, the big talk was, hey, be able to save an engine now because we can shut it off for low oil pressure, low coolant. But you know what happened in those time frames? By the time we get around to 2007, when DPFs came out and regen issues and people shutting, we had a lot of trucks just on the sides of the roads everywhere because they needed regens. No one understood how the systems worked and what they were doing, and the trucks were shutting down for all this. A lot of fleets and even OEMs then started taking those shutdown functions for low oil pressure, low coolant levels all out because they had so many problems with sensors, with other things in the system to keep from shutting down so that they could continue taking their load. But what that's done over time is it's created this monster where all of a sudden now you've got these trucks with these problems, but they have to meet emissions, and by trying to do that without shutting down, they're compensating in other areas, for to make sure the air fuel ratio is proper, regardless of what's going on. So it's going to keep going. So it may have turned the light on, but there's a good chance if you turn the key off and back on or something at some point in time that it didn't come back on. But it don't mean the problem's not still there, you know. So it's always good to check that stuff out and try to get up on it, because if you don't, because a lot of these safety things built in that we used to see so much built into the engines are not necessarily, and a lot of them, customer programmable parameters in there. So, but a lot of them's no longer in there by default. So.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, it's like sometimes people program themselves to be not inconvenienced. I'm laughing because right as you said that, Tom Bray wrote on the chat, just like Penny on The Big Bang Theory, I just put a little tape over the light so I can't see it anymore.
That's right. That's right.
One of my favorite moments of all time.
My check engine light. Your check engine light's on, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to put some.
Well, I put a piece of tape over it. It's okay.
Yeah, that way I have to tell you, I mean, there are people, even truck drivers, who see those lights and want to live in the state of a river by Egypt.
Well,
I mean,
I don't want to tell on people, but I got to tell this since this came up with the whole tape thing and everything. I did have a student, a technician in class from a fleet technician years ago. I'll not mention anyone, but it was just after EPA 07 stuff came out with DPFs, and we got to talking, and he's like, "Well, yeah, we got a highway response kit or something." He called it a safety kit that they keep in their trucks. I said, "Well, what is that?" And he said, "Well, it's a roll of black tape and a toothpick." And I said, "Okay, the black tape I get, because you're putting it over the stop engine." He said, "Well, the DPF lamp when it comes on," said, but all of our trucks have engine override switches on the dash, so the toothpick, so that they can hold that button in and just shove the toothpick in there to keep it open so they can bring it back home." I'm like, "Oh my God."
You have been outed. We have, and by the way, this person is fortunate we are not naming names, by the way. Good God Almighty. Good. I don't know.
Hey, you got to keep freight going, right?
I got to tell you though, it's like this is a constant, ongoing conversation. The number of people who turn into Scarlett O'Hara, where I'll think about that tomorrow, is kind of staggering to me. I mean, it really is. It's like By the way, let me ask you a question, straight up in regards to how you talk to customers. Light goes on. How soon, when that light goes on, should you actually be finding a place to talk to somebody about it?
Well, as soon as possible, honestly. I mean, it really depends on the truck and the customer I'm talking to, because if the driver understands, because most trucks nowadays, when you do get a check engine light, there's usually a way on the dash to get some sort of description of what that's for. So, but here's the thing: it can come on, the light can come on, but there may be multiple codes that set. So you don't ever know which one actually turned that light on. So it takes a little bit of training, a little bit of research, in a troubleshooting process to really decipher that. So it is best to, take it somewhere, have someone hook a computer to it and take a look at it. I mean, that's always your best bet. I mean, the stuff on the dash can tell you a lot, and there's a lot you can do on most of these trucks from the dash anymore. But you really have to understand how all those different codes and everything work together. So.
All right, we can keep on this for a while, or
yeah,
and the thing, no. We'll go to Kingdom Come on this. I mean, by the way, guys, Kevin, Lindsay, and I could talk about in regards to pre-trip maintenance and checking everything to get ready for the winter. There's a lot of stuff to cover here. Would you like to move on to cooling systems and the heaters, or you want to talk about the filter conditions in regards to the fuel?
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to replace your fuel filters naturally, but yeah, on the cooling system, because I know really we were supposed to wrap this stuff up last week, but I just felt like we needed to give it another week of talking about. But the cooling system, I think a lot of times, I'm not going to say it gets overlooked nowadays compared to the way it used to, but just making sure First of all, making sure, kind of back to the engine belts and things like that, you got to make sure that's all good. And when you get PMs done, make sure you've got a good record of what the freeze protection was, SCA levels, different things like that. But heaters. One thing I want to mention is because there's so many trucks out there nowadays with auxiliary heaters and things like that in them, and for no idle and stuff like that. If you have those auxiliary heaters in your truck and they're fuel fired heaters, one of the biggest problems I've ever seen with those things, and I know this is really probably the wrong time of year to talk about this. I should have talked about this when we started talking about HVAC back in May. But even through the summer, most of those fuel-fired heaters, regardless of the brands, but if they're actually pulling diesel fuel out of the tank and firing to heat that truck for no idle during the cold months, those things need to be run even throughout the summer. Because if they just sit there for 6 months, the first time you go to fire it up, there may be all kinds of problems. Because all of a sudden there's things going on that hasn't occurred in months, and so you could have dirt dauber nests in the exhaust that's going to back it up, and it's going to cause all kinds of problems. But most of those fuel fired heaters for auxiliary heaters, the manufacturer will tell you that once a month you should fire those things up for 5 or 10 minutes. It just very short periods of time, but just enough to keep everything working and everything intact. That was really what I wanted to. One reason I really wanted to get this out there, because it seems like I see a lot of people complain about those things this time of year. It starts getting cold, and all of a sudden, hey, I fired this thing up and it's not working. Well, when's the last time you used it? Oh, it's April. Well.
By the way, just on another side note, because we never get into side notes around here. So yesterday we had our first. I wouldn't call it cold. It wasn't cold at all, but it was 49 degrees. And of course, this is an old building, so there was an icebox thing. And Dre came over and he said, "Look, I'm going to turn the heater on just for a minute to kind of get this place not so kind of nasty." He said, "But I want to brace everybody up because this thing hasn't been turned on, the heater, in forever because we're in New Orleans." He said, "Just brace yourself for the aroma, for the smell."
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you don't run things, sometimes and then you run them, you're like, "Ooh, what? Somebody let something into the room."
Yeah, dust will burn. Dust will burn. I guarantee you get it hot enough, it's going to burn, right?
Yeah. By the way, over on the chat, one of our listeners, by the way, is going to go to the gun range on his day off, and they're all calling it aromatherapy. Just wanted to kind of put that out there for you. I thought you might enjoy hearing that. Let's talk about those cooling systems and the heater and the belts and the radiator cap and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Really what you're looking for, as you're looking over that cooling system, first of all, is leaks, right? Because years ago, I don't seem to hear quite as much of this as I did years ago. But when I was a technician, and a lot of the engine manufacturers and truck manufacturers switched over to a lot of these higher silicone content hoses, coolant hoses, and things like that. When it would get cold outside, we would start seeing what we always call cold water leaks, meaning when it got really cold outside, all of a sudden you see these leaks. Well, we would find those and basically just tighten up clamps here and there. But, those things still occur. These processes have gotten so much better from manufacturers. There's so many hose clamps nowadays that aren't even the old screw type hose clamps. They're all latched on there with the special tools and all this stuff. Naturally, that's one thing we got to do is build a better box sometimes. So we can sell a new tool too. So it seems like that's the way it works. But I won't go there. But these things do still happen, and you can see that, and that's one reason you always want to look underneath. On that first cold morning. Take a good look. Make sure you don't see any coolant dripping anywhere. And, if you do, just always, gravity is going to work. So it's going to, wherever it's dripping on the ground from, don't mean that's the part of the engine it came from. You know, it's going to depend on what type of are you on an incline, or you parked on any kind of an incline or slope, or is it, you know, from side to side, front to back? It's going to, you know, it's going to drip at that.
Well, it's going to run down
point.
stuff too. I mean, that's the other thing too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hate to sound so, you know, like even that micro, but I mean, if the split or the rip or the tear is a little bit higher up, but where it's coming from is on any kind of slope, it's going to make its way down the tube before it drips. It's going to find the lowest place of gravitational pull to find its way to the ground.
Oh yeah,
and that's kind of.
I mean, I've seen a leak at the top of the back of the engine. You know, where, you know, actually on the firewall of the truck, or the front wall of the truck, where a coolant hose goes across there. I've seen a hose leaking there, but it's actually dripping off the front of the engine by the oil pan at the very front, up next to the fan, and people thinking there's got a water pump leaking because it's dripping out the front. And unfortunately, you know, if you see that and do that, and you go into some shops, you may tell them, hey, I've got a water pump leaking, I need a water pump. Okay, well, they go put a water pump on it. Guess what? It's leaking again the next day. Well, that's because it wasn't that. It was this hose clamp way at the back of the engine. So, you know, you got to pay attention to different things like that. So.
By the way, guys, Kevin Lindsay joins us this morning. We're almost out of time. We got about a minute and a half left to go. I do want to remind you all that this has been a fairly comprehensive look at seasonal maintenance. We began a number of weeks ago. If you head over to Spotify, Pandora, or any place else that you get your podcast, all you have to do is type in Maintenance Matters. It will come up. It has its own page. And if you've missed any of this, you can actually get a whole overview of seasonal maintenance by simply listening to those episodes. I tell you what, Trey, next time Kevin comes on, we're going to open up by me telling people where the seasonal maintenance episodes begin and where they end, and how we kind of progress our way through that. There is a Castrol oil break in the middle of that, but it's fairly comprehensive. Kevin, is there anything else we want to touch on before you shuffle off this radio coil?
Well, you know, be safe out there. That's really about it. I mean, be safe. Give those trucks that once over. You know, give them that good once over when you're doing your pre-trip inspections, whatever. You know, all of the different things we talked about. Just, you know, what's the old saying? Kick the tires and light the fires, right? So, probably do a little bit more than that, a little more in depth. You know, but very good inspection overall. You know, can go a long ways and save time and money down the road. So.
Saving time and money down the road is what Kevin Lindsay, the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America, does for a living. He actually tells you all about it in a segment brought to you by ta-petro.com called Maintenance Matters here on RadioNemo.com. Kevin, we didn't get everything, but we got a lot, and a lot of our friends will do the diligence they need to do in order to make it happen. We'll figure out what to talk about next week now, having finally moved through seasonal maintenance. There's still plenty on the docket. Thank you.
We're going to go into breaks, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, fantastic! And by the way, you sound terrific. Glad to get you set up on that. It sounds great. It's like you're in the room. I'm telling you, dude, it's great.
Yeah, it sounds a whole lot better.
All right,
I finally got on this thing.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much. Have the best of days, and we will talk soon. Thank you, Kevin.
All right, thank you.
Take care, Kevin.
One of the best people in the world, Polly Trotter, is coming up next for Reeves Across America. Guys, go to truckdown.com. Get yourself out of the ditch, back on the road. We'll be right back.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I have a very busy lady joining me, Polly Trotter. Polly is the Special Projects Coordinator for the Bennett family of companies. Polly, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks, Susan, for inviting me.
So, Polly, give us the lowdown and the way back. First, I want to find a little about you. How did you get into the transportation and trucking industry?
Well, I'm actually a truck driver's daughter. My father drove for 54 years. And, every summer, my older sister and I, that was our vacation. We went with Dad all across the United States. And so I actually designed Walmarts. And when I retired from designing Walmarts, I was kind of bored and said, okay, I love trucking. Bill Trotter, who's Vice President of Driver Recruiting for Bennett family of companies. I said, okay, I'm coming in. So here I am.
That's wonderful. When did you join Bennett family of companies?
This is my third year with them.
Excellent, excellent. And describe Bennett family of companies for those who may not be familiar, because there's really a lot to your organization.
There is. And first, more than anything, it is the best company that I've ever had the privilege of even being part of. They definitely believe in the faith, family, and freedom. They live it every day. The whole office does. And you can't imagine how amazing it is to walk in and you see the founder and CEO. She works, every day. You get to see her, and she is very welcoming and always smiling. And that's a difference. And that's what makes the difference at Bennett, is that you're part of a true family there.
I love that culture and that slogan of faith, family, and freedom. And that freedom piece is why it makes it such a great match with Wreaths Across America. Polly, I can't remember the first time that we met. And of course, Lee Gentry and the whole crew. And you have been supporting Wreaths Across America for quite some time. Do you know the timeline by any chance?
I want to say it's approximately 7 years ago when Lee Gentry got the Wreaths Across America bug. And has grown it every year, and it's a passion of his. It's the first year that I was part of it, and I'm an ambassador for Wreaths Across America. That very first wreath laying ceremony was when I got the bug, when I couldn't think of anything else I want to do other than get to be a part of that team as well.
Where was your first ceremony? And think back for our listening audience, if you wouldn't mind, Polly, what was it like for you?
So it's Andersonville, Georgia. That's where the National Cemetery is that Bennett family of companies has adopted. This will be my fourth wreath laying ceremony this year. And I didn't know what to expect. You drive past the national cemeteries, and what you find, you see the white headstones, and it touches you then. But the ceremony alone, with the wreath standing there, we, Bennett family of companies, we honor 3 soldiers, fallen soldiers, who have been laid to rest in that current year. And that very first year, I remember I had the pleasure of reaching out to those families and coordinating some of their information to get to Lee. And, it gets laid so quickly, it seems like, because we are blessed with so many volunteers at that cemetery. And, you're still hugging someone that is standing at the headstone of their fallen loved one. And you turn around and it's blanketed with this beautiful green wreaths and red bows. And I think the one thing that caught me that year was the veterans, the active military personnel, they're giving such praise and gratitude to the fallen soldiers. That's what got me. And I'll always cherish that day. That is the sweetest day of the year for me.
You touched on it beautifully, Polly, because it is about the families, obviously, honoring our fallen and those families who have also served with their loved one. And it really is remarkable. And that's, I think, one of the things that touches folks the most is that interaction with families. And golly, you had a real personal interaction with some of those family members, and to feel first right, what that's like and what their gratitude is, and why they are so filled with gratitude for what America is doing through Wreaths Across America. So how did your position evolve in terms of getting more and more responsibility with Wreaths Across America?
Well, it's a privilege. It's not, it was that, Wreaths Across America is very, a big part of Bennett family of companies, but we're all ambassadors and we donate our time. And it's a honor to actually get this opportunity every year. We raise money all year long for this, to lay the 20,700 plus wreaths at the headstones. And it's not a duty for me. It's more of a privilege.
And you say you work at it all year long, and so many folks that ask about getting involved with Wreaths Across America, starting a participating cemetery, how does it work? And we try to explain that a lot of folks generally think about us, October on through December, but we really try to encourage our volunteers to get started the first of the year. So if you can kind of describe it for folks, Polly, what it looks like for Bennett family of companies in terms of starting your engagement. I'm sure just like Wreaths Across America, after National Wreaths Across America Day, you take a little while to decompress and look at what you did. But what does the whole year-long process look like for you guys?
Well, Susan, one of the big ways that we've developed a way to raise money for Wreaths Across America is we put on a truck show now, and all of the proceeds goes to Wreaths Across America for buying those wreaths to lay on the headstones. And it's a 12-month commitment. We'll take a few weeks off in December after this, and then we'll kick right back up after the first of the year, because the National Championship Truck Show is now our baby, and that's how we get the donations coming in. All year long, we have fundraisers, we have golf tournaments, we at all the truck shows, we have our donation bucket, the QR code for scanning to donate. The CEO of one of our business units, also the son of Marcy Taylor, David Lowry, if he's at a truck show, we're making homemade ice cream, giving it away just for donations. And there are times that we leave a truck show with $1,600 in donations, and it's just getting ice cream to these little kids. And we try at every event to put the word out that we are raising money to lay these wreaths, and we do it with pride. We want everyone to know what it's about. We have our information there, and it's a sweet thing to watch. We made 22 gallons of ice cream in an ice cream maker on the back of one of his trucks that he has converted. 3 weeks ago, we made 22 gallons and we raised about $1,600.
That is a sweet thing, pun intended, right?
No pun intended. It's a sweet, sticky thing getting in there and getting all that ice cream out.
No doubt it is a messy job, but a fun job and rewarding job.
Yes.
No doubt. You're listening to Trucking Tributes. We want to thank the folks at Radio Nemo for having us on. I'm your host, Susan Patton, and today speaking with Polly Trotter, who's the Special Projects Coordinator for the Bennett family of companies. And by gosh, I think back to like the drivers appreciation dinner that we do the Saturday night before the annual wreath escort takes off. And each year that Bennett family of companies table just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You really work well within the entire company to engage everyone, Polly. What does that look like for you?
Well, we like for everyone to be recognized and thanked for their hard work all year, because it is a donated time. And the company does select individuals to go to these events. I've been last year I was privileged to go to Long Island and attend that wreath laying day with Courtney George, and it was amazing. I just that was the sweetest thing ever. To think, I know what it looks like here, and I got the opportunity to see what it looked like in Long Island and the amazing people at that location. It is a sweet thing. And, believe it or not, like at our cemetery, the families are welcome to send us the names and location of their fallen veteran, and we'll put a reserved on it. So someone doesn't go by and put a wreath on it, because we want that family member to be able to do that. And I saw it out there as well. It is an amazing event.
It's great that you touch on that, Polly. Some of our cemeteries, San Diego comes to mind, and Brenda Kaesler out there, our volunteer location coordinator, started a trend that many other cemeteries are following. And of course, they are a big installation for military groups out there, and they have active duty military actually stand guard at the headstones of family members so that they can let other volunteers know, like, thank you so much for being here and placing wreaths on the headstones, but please leave this one because a family member would like to have that honor to place that particular wreath. And that has been a tradition that is catching on like crazy. And these active duty members tell us, Polly, that really is one of the most important gigs that they have throughout the year, that they enjoy so much to do. And it's a true honor for them as well. And we've been told that seeing Wreaths Across America in action throughout the country really is a morale builder for those who are currently serving. Of course, the mission for Wreaths Across America is to remember our fallen, honor those who serve and their families, and teach the next generation the value of freedom. This year, National Wreaths Across America Day is Saturday, December 13th. If you are within earshot today of Trucking Tributes, no, it's not too late to get involved. It's never really too late to get involved, because we need trucks. There's no secret here on Trucking Tributes. A lion's share of these over 3.2 veterans wreaths go out because of the transportation and the trucking industry. Yes, they go by planes and trains and LNG tankers as well, but it's the lion's share that are transported by our trucking industry, transportation industry. And Bennett family of companies has been a partner of Wreaths Across America for years and years now. And it just seems like you continue to just keep doing it and finding more ways of being created. And now the truck show. Let's talk more about that, Polly. When is it coming up and how does it operate?
So the Star Stripes and White Lines Truck Show is the national championship, like I said. It's going to be November 7th and 8th, and it's inside. Formerly it was the Atlanta Motor Speedway, but they have renamed it. It's Echo Park Speedway here in Hampton, Georgia. Everyone is welcome. We do have a division of elite invited trucks that will be professionally judged, but all other trucks are welcome. There's a registration fee. They can go to sswltruckshow.com, register there. It is $25 a carload to get in, just like the old drive-in movie theaters, you know, as many as you can hide in the trunk, I suppose. But it's going to be just full days of activities. On Friday, we have track laps. So let's say a diesel truck would pay $200 to do 2 laps, get their truck out on the track. Jeeps, motorcycles, and other class are welcome for $100 to get their vehicles out for 2 laps. And then we'll have a concert Friday night. It'll be Tony Justice in concert starting at 6:15. And then Saturday is when our live auction happens. We have some amazing auction items that are beautiful, and you don't want to miss the chance to win an auction item. And we have a raffle going on as well. Now, this is the most favorite thing of the whole show for me, and we will have retired Lieutenant Colonel Fred Edwards flying a Huey helicopter, and it will be landed inside the track, and we'll fill that helicopter full of 2,000 golf balls. You can buy a golf ball for $100, and that's for a chance to up to $10,000. And Saturday afternoon, he will take that Huey up, and he will drop 2,000 golf balls on a target to see who's going to win $10,000 and backwards. So you can win 10,000, 5,000 and on. And then he'll do a flyover as well. We're going to honor a veteran on stage after the auction and awards. And then we have another concert Saturday night, and it's going to be Cadillac DeVille's and also Mark Ware following them. So it's 2 full days of just fun and activities. But what touches my heart is when this Huey helicopter, he comes over and does a flyover with the national anthem singing, and he will come in, dip his blades in honor of our veterans, and fly out. And that's the best thing for me.
Man, Polly, you just gave me goosebumps bigger than golf balls, I'll tell you. Unbelievable. It's just such a visual, even to hear about it on Trucking Tributes. And I can only imagine having to witness that in person. Now that, as you're rattling off the itinerary for the 2 days, starting on November 7th at the Stars and Stripes and White Lines show, tremendous person power behind all of this, Polly. How do you get it all coordinated?
We've got an amazing team. Myself and Evan Steger are the coordinators over the truck show portion, which are the tractor trailers, the diesels. And then we have a motorcycle division, which has a team over, coordinating it. We have a motorcycle Jeep division and other. So each division has a coordinating team. And then, we just work well together. It's been a great team, and it's our third year of this team putting this together, and it's just grown and grown this year. It's grown out of a way above what we had anticipated, and we're super excited for the day to come.
And folks, Bennett Family of Companies doing this all in the name of Remember, Honor, and Teach. It is one of their largest, if not their largest fundraiser to support Andersonville National Cemetery. And they have been doing this for years for Wreaths Across America. So, when folks come up to us and say, well, how is Wreaths Across America funded and how does this all work? The really first step is individuals standing up and saying, I will support a $17 veterans wreath. And that wreath is placed somewhere throughout the country on the headstone of our fallen on National Wreaths Across America Day. But it's also the corporate support, the corporations like Bennett Family of Companies that step up and say, we are going to find a way to back this mission and make sure that it happens. And of course, Polly, you've been with Wreaths Across America for some time now, and I'm sure that you've heard Chairman Wayne Hansen, his story about What About My Son? And we still have that impact throughout all the countries. And for those who are not familiar, one of the first years we were at Arlington National Cemetery and the wreaths had been laid, and a gentleman came wandering into the cemetery to pay tribute to his son. And at that time, we did not have enough veterans wreaths sponsored to cover the entire cemetery. And this man approached Chairman of the Board, Wayne Hansen, to say, well, what's going on with all of this wreath placement on these headstones? And Wayne proudly explained the mission behind Wreaths Across America. And all of a sudden, the man looked up at Wayne Hansen with tears in his eyes, and the wreaths had just stopped. And he said, "Well, what about my son?" And we know that we've got participating cemeteries throughout the country right now who have not yet reached their goal. They don't have yet full coverage. And we are blessed to have that in a lot of our big national cemeteries. But in 2025, Polly, we are at well over 5,300 participating locations. That's in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. And anyone can start a participating location. It does not have to be a large national cemetery to participate. It can be a community cemetery. It can be a memorial, anywhere where someone is laid, a U.S. service member, I should be specific, is laid to rest. And any volunteer can step up and say, "I will become a volunteer location coordinator." And gosh, Bennett Family of Companies has actually adopted Andersonville and made sure that that is their goal to see the coverage. And I think it's really great, Polly, too, that you had a chance to go up to Long Island, because you really can speak to the fact of how the mission is throughout the country. And while it may be similar in nature, it can be, in fact, very different.
It can be. It is very different. There were a lot of headstones there that, unfortunately, there was not enough donations to cover all of those, and that broke my heart. So I can only imagine, as a parent, a family member, seeing your loved one without a wreath, But I will tell you, on a personal note, my father was laid to rest in Bentonville, Arkansas, and I still have siblings there, and they participate as far as they get a wreath delivered to them, and they go and lay the wreath on the same day. So they, so that he feels like he's still part of everything that's going on.
That is powerful, and it's nice to know that you've got that coverage out there. I am speaking with Polly Trotter, the Special Projects Coordinator for Bennett Family of Companies, on Trucking Tributes today. We want to thank the folks at RadioNemo for having us on, of course. And wow, big show coming up on November 7th. Stars, Stripes, and White Lines show at the Eco Park Speedway, November 7th, 2 days. And of course, you mentioned some of the entertainment lineup. Tony Justice, a dear friend of Wreaths Across America. Everybody in the trucking industry knows Tony Justice, the gentleman trucker musician extraordinaire, and I'm thrilled to know that you've got him entertaining as well at the show. Polly, what are we not talking about the show, whether it's the itinerary or the process, that you think is important that we haven't touched on yet?
Well, things that I didn't touch on, that are important is that you will definitely see that we honor our veterans, fallen, living. We have the Civil Air Patrol going to be there uniformed and presenting colors this year. It's that things you don't see. Wreaths Across America, you're going to be there. So that's awesome. You'll be placed by the Huey. So, everyone can stop by your booth, learn more about what Wreaths Across America really is. You guys present yourselves so well at these shows, educating people who have no clue. And it's mind-boggling to me that everyone doesn't know what Wreaths Across America is, and they need to. It's a beautiful thing, and it's not hard to participate. It's not, we're not asking you to donate $17 a month. We're asking you to, if you buy a wreath, it helps no matter where, wherever the cemetery is, buy a wreath for someone, and that helps, and it goes a long way.
A lot of folks don't also understand, Polly, that groups can become what we call sponsorship groups. And sometimes, the guys glass over and think, gee, what's a sponsorship group? Sounds like a lot of work. And it's really not. And the thing that's great about sponsorship groups, and another little tidbit that many, many people do not know about Wreaths Across America, our executive director, Karen Worcester, has always said it would be disingenuous of us to not help and support other nonprofit organizations who are actually supporting veterans and veterans causes, whatever they may be throughout the country. And through our sponsorship group program, groups that have a 501c3, 501c4, that sort of thing, can get involved. And for every $17 veterans wreath that they get sponsored to put on someone's headstone somewhere throughout the country. Wreaths Across America turns around and gives them $5 back for each one of those wreaths toward their mission. And all, $28 million we have given back since our inception as a nonprofit organization through our sponsorship program. So as you mentioned, Polly, easy to get involved. Anyone can get involved. It doesn't need to be a big national cemetery like Arlington or Andersonville or Long Island. It can be a community cemetery, really anywhere that our fallen servicemen and women are laid to rest. You can participate, and all you have to do is reach out to wreathsacrossamerica.org and find out more about becoming a sponsorship group. I'm sure that probably Andersonville has many sponsorship groups that are helping to support your cemetery as well.
We do have some great sponsors. Some of the sponsors for our show, MHC Kenworth here in McDonough, Mac Trailers. I want to thank Mike Connie myself. He's genuinely just the sweetest guy, and his donation is amazing and goes a long way. Truckers Body Shop is one of our title sponsors this year. They are veteran based. They're also a company that helps our truck drivers that are out there. They're a mobile pharmacist, and they can provide medical attention and a Medi-Ready bag that goes with the driver that helps keep these drivers, the veteran drivers especially, healthy and safe on the road. Keeps them from their logo or their motto is "Don't Die OTR." And so we have great sponsors, and these sponsors would not be sponsors for us if they didn't believe in the cause of Wreaths Across America. You tell them it's Wreaths and they're like, I'm in, just tell me what.
Oh, that again gives me absolute goosebumps. So you can purchase a golf ball. It's all, remember, when I say purchase, as Polly just said, it's all fundraising for the Wreaths Across America mission at Andersonville National Cemetery. And Bennett family of companies, been a supporter of ours for many, many years. Their motto is faith, family, and freedom. And they live it. They walk the walk and they talk the talk. And the whole organization has just been amazing to Wreaths Across America. Courtney George wanted to be sure, Polly, too, that I touched on the passport stamp for truck shows.
Oh.
What's that all about?
So after our first show, I thought, how do we make it? When we had decided we had adopted the national championship title show, I said, we have to be able to make it interesting. How do we invite them? And I did a little doodling, and I said, wouldn't it be nice, because we're inviting them from a show, a qualifying show. We consider them qualifiers, and we invite them formally. And so I developed and created what looks like a regular passport. And in it list the 6 qualifying shows for each year. Now, we have named our qualifiers for next year, but that gets announced at our show. So Evan and I, when we're at one of the qualifiers, it takes some time. We have to inspect the truck. We want to talk to the owner. There's a lot of decision-making that goes into the person in the truck that we want to invite to the show. And we like to walk up and talk to them, and then we leave. I mean, we don't invite them right then. We make our decisions. We go back with the passport, and we let them know that we'd like them to be a contender at our show. We give them a passport, and both Evan and I have our stamps, and we stamp that page of where they were invited from. It's a commemorative. This year, at the show, we will be inviting 4 competitors for next year, and they're going to be getting from our show a golden ticket. It's a huge golden ticket, just like Willy Wonka. And they will be selected out of our wash and park, which are the general registration trucks and combos. But that's how let me touch on one invite specifically. I didn't know how important this was going to be and how huge of a passion it would become. But we had the privilege of going to a gentleman, an older gentleman in his 70s, has a beautiful truck. And we walked up to him and ask him if he would be willing to take our invite and come to compete. And he started crying. And I said, do you want us to go and tell your team that you're invited? He turned around and he said, boys, we're going to Atlanta. Now, since he's been invited, I've gotten some time to meet with him and talk with him. He's a Vietnam veteran. He bought a truck a couple of months ago, and it is a patriotic truck. And he will display that truck as well in the Washington Park. Total veteran. He bought this truck because he saw it at multiple shows, and he wanted a patriotic truck. So it hits everyone.
Goosebumps, absolute goosebumps. God bless his heart. That is absolutely wonderful. And of course, thank him for his service and all of that. Stars, Stripes, and White Lines show coming up in just a couple of days, November 7th. Come one, come all. Go see the fanfare. First of all, go see the amazing trucks, right? This is Trucking Tributes.
Right.
The fanfare, the fun, some of the tomfoolery I know that will certainly be taking place, the entertainment, hey, the opportunity to win $10,000, that's not too shabby either. The Huey helicopter, all of it. Go check it out starting November 7th. And the Bennett family of companies makes it happen. Polly Trotter, thank you so much for taking time out. I know you are exceptionally busy. I appreciate your time and the family and thank them from the bottom of our hearts for all that they do for Wreaths Across America. It's exceptional.
Thank you, Susan. It's been a pleasure.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
That I can do on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday, because this is Road Gang Radio and we are live from Fastport Studios. Ain't that right, Jimmy Mack?
That is absolutely correct. We will make the transition in a moment here into Highway to Health, one of those other long-running segments that we carried over with us from the previous platform. I said platform, now I mean platforms. You can find us on YouTube and on Facebook and on Odyssey, on our Live 365, or maybe you're actually listening to us later in the day or sometime tomorrow, which for you is now, on your favorite podcast platform, Living Your Best Life. I also want to remind people, too, that we are now in November, which for many people is Movember. People grow mustaches for all sorts of various men's health issues. You should look up and ask Google or ask any of your favorite AI systems, what is Movember? You might like the answer that you're getting. And while this particular issue we'll be talking about on Highway to Health isn't one of the things in the list for Movember, it really does apply to a lot of dudes out there. A lot of you guys have started the Project 61 Health Challenge, and part of what is kind of wrapped up in there is many things that kind of, well, take care of what we're going to be talking about next, including drinking that big glass of water every single morning. So, without further ado or a don't, Toby Smithson, by the way, MS, RDN, LD, CDCES, FAND, is working her dream job. She's the Senior Manager for Nutrition and Wellness at the American Diabetes Association. She leads the coordination and execution of nutrition and wellness across all channels and for all audiences. She's an award-winning certified diabetes care and education specialist and registered dietitian nutritionist who has successfully managed her own type 1 diabetes for more than 5 decades. We'll go through some of her other bona fides here in just a minute, but I wanted to welcome her to the platform, wanted to welcome her to Road Gang Radio and Highway to Health. Good morning to you, Toby.
Good morning. And we have something else to honor during the month of November, too, because it's American Diabetes Month.
I know, and it's spectacular how it all rolls together because I feel like in many ways that there really is an effort, especially as we roll into, I've always said the starter pistol for eating too much and gaining 15 pounds. My good friend Tom Bray likes to say you don't gain 15 pounds over Christmas. The starter pistol is probably October 29th or 30th, and then you eat straight on through into a disaster for Super Bowl Sunday. It's really, really great that you guys have positioned yourself in November because it's a real opportunity to be mindful about how we're kind of constructing our diets, particularly as the holiday seasons begin to kind of kick into full gear. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of times we say starts the season of eating.
and what I love about you saying that the season of eating does not need to be a health disaster. It doesn't need to be that way. And so much of what you do is making sure that people understand that you can have a joyful relationship with food while still managing and preventing either the onset of diabetes or the prevention of it from actually resulting in complications that could cost you your lifestyle and ultimately your life, correct?
Absolutely, spot on, yes. And I'm going to give some tips today, too, because the whole thing is that we want you to have the tools in your toolbox to make informed food decisions and lifestyle decisions because you have the opportunity to do that. With diabetes, it's a self-managed condition. And so we got to keep thinking about that we're the ones managing. We're the ones driving the ship. No, I should say truck. Right?
Yes, you should. Well done, by the way. And anybody who joins me on this show and has a discussion about diabetes or health issues that are actually complications that result in diabetes knows that my father, by the way, who is currently rolling into his 83rd year on the planet, about 3 or 4 years ago was in bad shape, wasn't doing all of his diligence to take care of diabetes, somehow had managed to get to 79 at 320 pounds. At this moment in time, he is now 260, and he has learned, as many people can, as you probably will say, it's never too late, that it is, in many ways, one of those conditions, especially with the complications that result afterwards, that you can actually turn things around and really reset your lifestyle by making some very wise choices, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely.
I want to let people know, too, that you can find these guys, the American Diabetes Association, on the Book of Face. You can find them on LinkedIn at the American Diabetes Association and on Instagram at AMDiabetesASSN. And by the way, they are everywhere that this information can be found. You'll always find them popping up all over the place. Let's kind of talk about what diabetes is, how to look for the symptoms, and why early detection matters. We'll start there.
Okay. Yeah, well, when you have diabetes, your blood glucose or blood sugar levels rise too high. And it's important to note, too, that everybody, whether you have diabetes or not, your blood glucose levels, blood sugar, does rise, especially after eating. But for people with diabetes in particular, it rises to levels that are too high and often stays at that level until the diagnosis and that the management is put into place. So there are 3 main types of diabetes. Type 1, which sometimes gets confused with others, but this one is when your immune system mistakenly destroys the beta cells in your pancreas that make insulin. And I always think of this as, I don't know if everybody's old enough to remember Pac-Man. Remember that video game?
It's actually, it's all good. It continues to make appearances as even a retro pop culture thing. So and by the way, thank you for thinking that I am so young as not to remember Pac-Man. Oh my God, do I remember Pac-Man? I actually bought an Atari system with a bad Pac-Man on it. That's how far back I go. But thank you very much, Toby.
Well, I think of that game, that's how I visualize with type 1 diabetes. The yellow dot, the smiley face is going through the track, munching away. So I think of that as with type 1, that the beta cells were destroyed, munched away at, and so basically you end up no longer able to make insulin. So that's why people with type 1 diabetes take insulin from an outside source, from an injection, basically, or an insulin pump. And then in type 2 diabetes, your body does not make enough insulin or just doesn't use the insulin well. And we often define this as insulin resistance. You know, it's just like putting up a fight with us and won't let it all work the right way. And then the third type of diabetes is gestational diabetes, and that develops during pregnancy. It's usually in the second trimester of pregnancy, usually between 24 and 28 weeks. So those are the three main types. And did you want to know about symptoms?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I want to know about how to, like, what are the earliest symptoms that may, here's the thing. Sometimes you have some symptoms and they go there and say you don't have diabetes, but it was always worth going to the doctor to get a little bit of a checkup. But I want to kind of talk about the combination of the two, the idea of actually seeing the symptoms and tracking them early and what early detection can actually mean for your life moving forward.
Mm-hmm. If we do have a good starting point is on the diabetes.org website, our American Diabetes Association website. We have a free 60-second risk test. So you could do it from the comfort of your own phone or laptop. And it's on diabetes.org/risk test. And you could go through those questions as a starting point if you're, wondering. Having blood work done is a great way also to confirm. That's one of the ways that we confirm if you have a diabetes diagnosis, because there's what we call target ranges and normal ranges for blood glucose levels, and also this one lab called hemoglobin A1C. And that lab test tells us what the past 3 months average reading was in a percentage.
Okay. So why is it so important? That's what we kind of always go back to in regards to the early detection, and talk about what then happens with early detection. So you find out, like I said, I mean, hopefully it just turns out you got to make some lifestyle changes, but you're not quite there yet. But what happens when they tell you, okay, here we are? Because your area of specialty is often people, by changing their diets, often end up having amazing results very quickly. I mean, it's not as quick as like actually getting a Lyme in your system if you have scurvy, but there can be some really dramatic turnarounds by simply making a couple of adjustments. And talk about what that early detection means, and talk about how quickly some things can turn around if you're having discomfort or if you're not feeling well, how quickly you can actually reset the clock.
Yeah, and it's some of the symptoms. I know exactly what you're talking about, is that we could like slough them off, like it's maybe for this reason or that. Some symptoms are like feeling very tired, or having blurry vision, or having to go to the bathroom a lot, or drink a lot. Like those types of things, we could always put that off to other things. So it's really good to know, to find out if you're having any of these symptoms, because we put a plan in place. There's mostly surrounded around lifestyle. So that means healthy eating and being physically activity, reducing stress, and if needed, your medical care team will look at what your readings are, what your numbers are, and in the beginning especially, and sometimes throughout, it's trial and error. I call this pivoting, that we're going along and you may be on a certain plan, but if it's not working, we may need to pivot and make a minor change to something. So, a lot of times people will think if they're put on insulin, that means that's not good, or I did something, but it's always looking at what is the best thing for you individually, because we can't just say one thing. Everybody's an individual and how their body reacts to things. So mostly focused on lifestyle changes for all types of diabetes. That's where the strong focus is.
The lifestyle changes. Let's talk about a couple of them. I mean, there's a lot of them. I mean, you actually talk about there are 42 things that can affect sugar, lifestyle factors, and 42 things. Talk about some of the big ones. Like I said, you talked about, exercising, of course, is a massive one. People don't realize that staying active often reduces blood pressure because high blood pressure is often an indication that you're headed in the wrong direction. But that, that there can often be one or two really solid opening choices that can really change the game. What do they look like?
Yeah, for physical activity, just keep thinking about move more. Do I have any as a starting point? Like I'm somebody that's baby steps. It's not run the marathon tomorrow.
Oh, thank God.
Baby
Oh,
steps and
thank God.
everything.
I have to tell you, because if you tell me how to run a marathon, I'm like going, I'm going to get diabetes. I'm done. Thank God. Thank you.
Right. No, I'm a realist. Definitely a realist. I walk the talk here, like you mentioned in my bio. I have type 1 diabetes, so I understand from the personal perspective. All it's a 24/7 condition. So let's take it step by step. What is doable, and so for the physical activity, move more. Think about those two words. So if we're talking about truck drivers and such, I know that the schedule is just crazy, right? Very, very busy, and a lot of times it's sitting. So think about any opportunities and this is the first step, think about how you can do this. Are there opportunities like when the truck is being loaded or unloaded? Can I do some walking around the building? Or when you're fueling up? Those are some downtimes, possibly, quote downtimes, that wherever you can move more, be physically active. So that's with physical activity. With healthy eating, that's my strong area of expertise since I'm a dietitian. It's making those informed decisions. And a couple tools that I want to talk about is that one is label reading. So pick up the food items, and check the label. And I have a little key strategy there too. When you're looking at a food label, the far column on the food label says percent daily value. So this is what you want to do, is look at 10% daily value for things that you want more of, like fiber, vitamin D, calcium, iron. Those are things we want more of. So look for the percent daily value to be more than 10%, and 10% or less of things that we don't want a lot of, which is sodium and saturated fat and added sugars. So that's just a little key to take with you. But label reading is a super great tool.
Slows you down too, doesn't it? It slows you down. It actually makes you mindful.
Yeah.
It makes you mindful of what you're putting into your
Exactly.
system, correct?
Right. And also with diabetes, I also want to point out too, is that you're looking at total grams of carbohydrate. You're looking at that, and it's great if there's at least 10% of fiber in there. So that's where you're focusing on for the carbohydrate section.
Guys, really
then
quickly,
another-
I want to let people know this too, because I said I would get to this as we kind of move into the dietetic stuff. Toby, by the way, was awarded the 2020 Diabetes Educator of the Year by the Diabetes Dietetic Practice Group of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. She is the former media spokesperson for the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics and a media spokesperson, of course, for the Association of Diabetes Care and Education Specialists. She's a frequent resource for nutrition writers and bloggers and writes for U.S. News and World Report, and is the principal author of Diabetes Meal Planning and Nutrition for Dummies. So I want you guys to know exactly who's giving you this advice. You need to listen, folks. I wanted to ask you one quick question, and this is an important one for me because it's one that a number of us in my family have wrestled with, some family members. You have no problem with people enjoying their life. You can hear the joy in your own voice. Is there a particular food that you love to eat now that is spectacularly good for you as well? And how do you enjoy it?
to pick one food is really, really hard. What I do, it's not one food. It has to be a combination of foods.
Let's hear it.
I always visualize the diabetes plate. And you can find all this information on our diabetesfoodhub.org. It's on diabetes.org, the website. The diabetes plate, that's how I picture my when I'm choosing food. So half the plate, it's a 9-inch plate we're talking about, half of the plate is filled with non-starchy vegetables. 1/4 of the plate lean protein, and the other 1/4 of the plate is quality carbohydrate. So that is a constant in my mind at all times. For healthy food choices, I want to have that combination because one food alone isn't going to do it. But I'm able to enjoy foods in that combination because it all works together to help with slowing down the rises in blood glucose level and making sure I'm getting all the vitamins and nutrients that I need.
It really is about combinations too, and where your areas as a dietitian really come into play is the fact that it's like, you are literally in some ways taking joy from creating the formula that will actually work in combination to reduce not just one thing, but sometimes the combinations of this work together to really kind of control your diabetes and really put you in a place for the most successful sort of lifestyle. I was kind of hoping though, do you have a favorite vegetable? Is there one vegetable in particular that you gravitate towards?
I tend to go with green beans because you could get them year round, and sometimes my pantry always has no added salt canned green beans because they're easy to fix really quick, and also because I know my nutrition mind knows that they're a non-starchy vegetables, low in carbs, low in calories, and that happens to be one of my favorite vegetables.
And by the way, I bring this up also because it's like, you said no sodium. There's no salt in that too. And a lot of people often forget that when it comes to dealing with their health and being diabetically wise with their dietary choices. Salt is another disaster for our overall health in regards to blood pressure and a lot of other stuff. This is not just, like I said, one of the great things about talking with you is that we're not just talking about stopping eating the Lucky Charms. By the way, today's National Candy Day. You could not have come on a better day. And I'm not sure why it's National Candy Day. I thought Halloween was National Candy Day. And people complain about Big Pharma all the time. Let's have a conversation about big candy. I mean, because it's like people, but that's a big thing too, right? It's not just sugar we're talking about. It's the things that the body makes into sugar as well, correct?
Yeah, for diabetes, we're looking at total grams of carbohydrate. And we know that there's some foods, so I'll give the example of candy, like the hard candies, that it's straight sugar. There's nothing to slow down the absorption. So if somebody has a low blood sugar, then we say, yes, that's the time to have some hard candies. Because why? It's going to raise your blood glucose level immediately. So that's also telling us, well, on a day-to-day basis, I don't really want to be doing that to my blood sugar levels. I don't want them to be spiking automatically. So that's why hard candies are saved for those moments that you have a low reading. That means 70 milligrams per deciliter or lower. A 70 or lower is a low blood glucose reading.
Yeah, and by the way, you made the point as well too about that direct main line of sugar. This is why people don't understand. Fruit's got plenty of sugar in it. It's also got an incredible amount of. Please correct me when I'm wrong, because you are the expert here. It's got an incredible amount of fiber in it as well. And you talk about the idea of that buffer between the sugar and just mainlining it, which is why people often, if you need some sugar but you're not like gonna die if you don't get it, it's better to get it from stuff like fruit or any sort of like. Any kind of food item that actually has fiber in it and that actually has a high nutritional value. It goes back to that magic 10% you talked about. How much of my daily need that is good for me is contained. If it's got a little bit of sugar in it, that comes naturally, that's okay. But that's what's important, is making sure that you're not just mainlining sugar with no nutritional value.
Right. And on the plate that I talked about with half non-starchy vegetables, a quarter lean protein, the other quarter, we call it quality carbs for this exact reason that you were explaining. Quality carbs. So fruit goes in that section of the plate. So does whole grains. So does starchy vegetables like, squashes and potatoes.
And sweet potato. How good are sweet potatoes for you, by the way? They're great, aren't they?
I heard a woo in the background. Sweet potatoes it's all in the portion.
Mm-hmm.
They bring a lot of nutrition with it, and they have fiber. So they go in the quality carb section of the plate, and it's all about portion.
Yeah, and that's a really
You don't
big
want
thing
to
too.
overdo.
That's a big thing too. I know that you guys talk about is portions. It's portions. It's portions. It's portions, and that's where really being a mindful eater as well. I mean, I don't know how much you preach that, but the idea that it's like if you simply slow down what you're eating, you can actually figure out your portions better than if you just wolf down your food, right? I mean, because basically you're not giving yourself a chance to enjoy it. How much of a role can people, by simply changing their eating hygiene, their eating habits, actually begin to change their lifestyle?
Yeah, and that plate again helps. I know I keep bringing up the plate.
No,
but it's
keep on
really
doing it.
Important. It's a foundation. Like I look at that as the roadmap for healthy eating is the plate. So I'm going back to the plate. It helps us that we develop that so that you don't really need to do measuring and weighing and stuff if you use the plate as your first step, because it portions it out, of your quantity. So it's being mindful as you use the plate.
We've only got time for one more question in regards to, can you give me, I'm going to give you an example because a lot of people love the color, the look, the feel of what the holidays bring. If, with the plate in your mind, what would be an example of a perfect plate for a holiday celebration where you still feel like you're part of the celebration, but at the same time you're eating very wisely?
Mm-hmm. So non-starchy vegetables would be filled with Brussels sprouts or green beans or both, because we have half the plate, so we could have 2 servings of the non-starchy vegetables. So let's say green beans and carrots, or Brussels sprouts and carrots for color, and then the other quarter of the plate for the lean protein. We could do a roasted turkey slices. And then the quality carb could be your sweet potato.
Oh, I like that meal. I actually get excited about that. I'm excited about talking to you. We should talk more, but we're out of time this morning. I want to once again remind people that we have a person who has successfully managed type 1 diabetes for her entire life. Toby Smithson, by the way, is the Senior Manager for Nutrition and Wellness at the American Diabetes Association, diabetes.org. You can find them, by the way, on Facebook at the American Diabetes Association, over on LinkedIn, American Diabetes Association, on Instagram at AM Diabetes ASSN. Of course, the abbreviation for association. And she knows of what she speaks. She is the principal author of Diabetes Meal Planning and Nutrition for Dummies, as well as being a celebrated educator. We can't thank you enough. Happy beginning of the holidays. Welcome aboard, and I hope you have a very successful Diabetes Month moving forward, helping people get the information they need. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Highway to Health is an ongoing segment here, like Maintenance Matters and Tech Talk with TMC. Guys, go to RadioNemo.com and find out about all of our programming. We are on every single podcast platform. Roll out that welcome carpet, because the ambassador, Mrs. Ambassador, is on the way. Lindsay LaRue. And
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. It's one simple act. One simple act. that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Well, good morning. Hey, Jim, it's a pour a cup of coffee when there's no cup underneath kind of morning. It's a get in the shower with your clothes still on kind of morning. That's what my morning was. I did both of those things.
You did both of those things?
I did both of those things.
Well,
I made a cup of coffee, and halfway through it making, I was watching it too. It's not like I did it and walked away. I made it. It was a Keurig. Made it. Put the K-Cup in. I try to not do K-Cups all the time, guys. I try to use the grounds. But anyway, this morning I was racing, so I did it this way. But I sat there and looked at it and watched it drip. Just kept watching it drip. And then halfway through realized I need to put a cup under that. And then to back up this morning, I took a shower first thing when I got out of bed this morning. I usually don't do that. And I got in and realized I'd only taken half of my clothes off. So that's how I'm doing. But you know, it's all good. It's because I've made room for the important things in my brain, and apparently coffee and clothes didn't make the cut.
I actually don't have the cup of coffee with no cup of coffee under it, but I do have a cup of coffee in a shower story that's pretty good. I actually stepped into a shower with my cup of coffee in my hand under the hot water, and the only thought I had because I wanted my coffee so bad was, well, I mean, it's clean water, it's filtered, and it's hot, so why not? And I just kept drinking my coffee in the shower. I turned around so as not to overflow my cup, but I did that. I did it.
Way you just put the grounds in the bottom of your cup. And then just get in the shower.
Oh yeah, how about that? Get a little Sanka in there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Get a little Folgers. A little best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup and a hot.
Best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. But it's a pour a cup of coffee when there's no cup underneath to catch the spill. That's my new country song I'm working on.
By the way, speaking of good mornings, Bruce Almighty sends you a big old good morning, as does Trucker Bosun. A lot of our friends are out there. The ambassador has arrived. Mrs. Ambassador, Our Lady of the Perpetual Motion is here and on the scene. Our good friend LaRue. Hello. I'm gonna say a couple of things about what Marshall has written here. There's some interesting things to unpack. I am not going to attack our friend. I'm going to disagree with him. If it works for you, by the way, eating beef, bacon, butter, and eggs, fantastic. But the whole thing about eating till you're full, she's putting that stuff on the plate, by the way, And she's doing that because a lot of people, I have a feeling that Marshall eats at pace, which means he knows when he's full. If you're eating too fast, if you have unhealthy eating habits, let me tell you something right now, Lindsay. There are people who will eat themselves past full and not realize they're full until they've stuffed themselves. And that's a hygiene change kind of thing as well, too. And I am going to take exception to name any other mammal on the planet that practices portion control. All right, name any other mammal on the planet that drives a truck.
Well, there's a really great cat that drives a truck in this cartoon my daughter watches.
That's a good point, by the way.
So just
By the way, there are a couple of animals that actually I know an animal that plays the piano. So maybe I stand corrected on this.
Toonsis, the driving cat.
I'll remember Toonsis. By the way, our chicken Dora does play the piano. I'm not kidding.
See, now that doesn't shock me in the slightest.
So maybe there's a point
Our
there.
chicken Dora plays the piano. It sounds like you're writing some sort of Hemingway story right now.
A tough tale of a chicken playing the piano. But I get it, by the way. And the other thing is the diet, by the way, as we head into the holiday season. I will say this from Marshall, he's absolutely right. You got to figure out what it is that's good for you, which means you've got to experiment and figure out the combination. Because there are certain people with celiac disease who can't eat certain things that other people is very healthy for. Diet is a very personal issue. And if you find the combination, if you find the combination that works for you, you need to stick with that.
It comes down to what resonates. So yeah, maybe some of the things she was saying doesn't resonate for Marshall or some of our other listeners, but there's a baseline in there that we can all get on board with. But I think you it's like a juicer. You take everything in and then juice out what doesn't resonate for you. Take the pieces that make sense. I mean, every single human is smart enough to know when something's making you feel good or making you feel bad.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Marshall has lived a long life with a successful career behind the wheel of a truck, so I am not going to question his choices whatsoever. Seriously.
And he's lost a lot of weight.
Yeah,
and gotten
seriously.
into really good health.
Yeah,
so.
Seriously, dude. He's still working he's working his butt off out there on the road and living a good life. So, and by the way, Marshall also does something I really appreciate, which I agree with. He wouldn't put it this way, but he practices everything in moderation, including moderation.
Yeah, dude.
One of my favorite sort of things. Man, we got
You know what I don't want moderation of?
What's that?
Alt rock. 90s alt rock.
Oh my God, let's go, Dre. Let's go.
That is nice, guys. On Road Gang Radio today, I'm really liking this trend, Jim, of these fabulous music historians and journalists that we're getting on the show, all with their each one has a different sort of perspective and talent and niche that they bring to the table. And it's so cool. And we have a couple in our friend wheelhouse now and I'm hoping we can make Greg our next guest.
I really hope
this
so.
Friend crew. Greg, will you be our friend?
Absolutely, always.
Okay, great. What if he said no and just hung up? That would be fun.
That's good radio too, by the way. Then it's like,
good
then we can
radio.
go on a complete 22-minute, 23, 24-minute rant about the inexcusable behavior of certain people, and I mean ourselves. Hey, Lindsay.
All right, guys. So joining us next, Greg, we are so excited about this conversation. He's a journalist. He's an author who has quietly and Jim kind of brilliantly become one of the most important oral historians in modern music. Greg Prado has written for Rolling Stone, Billboard, Songfacts, and he's authored more than 40 books capturing the voices and stories behind rock's most defining moments. These moments are so cool. Jim, we love these moments when it's like, that's the moment that changed
The tipping
everything.
point. The turning point.
Yeah.
The
His
moment
newest
of
book-
maximum crisis. I'm sorry.
Yes, you got it. His newest book is Alternative for the Masses, the 90s alt-rock revolution and oral history. It's an inside look at the artists and thinkers who didn't just make music, Jim, they shifted culture. Voices like Ian MacKaye from Fugazi, Frank Black from the Pixies, Moby, Les Claypool, Gavin Rossdale, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to talk about them all today. These are all people that he has gotten a chance to, or a lot of people that he's gotten a chance to listen to. This is information from them, from their lips to your pages. Today, we're going to talk about what made that era feel really expansive and how those artists, found their voices before all the algorithms and streaming and the courage it took to break through, to be true, because this is a much truer era, dare I say, than today, Jim, or different truth, I guess I'll say. So we'll ask Greg that question, but please make welcome to the show our new friend. He said it here, so he's stuck with us. Greg Prado, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Hello, thanks for having me on.
Greg, I'm going to start off in a place that I always look back on fondly because I really have no actual memory of it because my parents prevented me from actually being destroyed by it, which is the 1970s. And you actually kind of trace some of the roots to what happens here back to the 70s. And in many ways, it is, what is it, back to the future, that we're going back someplace to discover something really kind of primal that was in that period and then bringing it forward into the alt-rock movement. Can you kind of talk about the impact the 70s have on what happens later on in regards to the music scenes that would explode and break throughout the rest of the decade?
Sure. Yeah, to me, the most obvious thing concerning the 70s and also early 90s alternative rock is the similar sounding album productions. Back in the 70s, you had great live sounding albums, not live concert albums. I'm talking about live in the studio albums, like the sound of a band playing together, recorded all together at the same time. I'm talking about albums like Physical Graffiti from Led Zeppelin, Nevermind the Bollocks from the band Sex Pistols, Rock and Roll Over by the band Kiss. And as the 80s went on, we got further and further away from the sound of a live band. It became very overproduced, very studio-enhanced and glossy, especially concerning the sound of the drums. There was like a famous, now very dated-sounding thing. It was a bass drum that sounded almost like a cannon going off. It was like a gated reverb thing that's very dated when you go back and hear some of those 80s songs nowadays. But a lot of those early 90s albums were a throwback to the 70s productions because producers like Steve Albini, Butch Vig, those two in particular, they really were a throwback to the 70s sounding productions. And I think that's really what set the early 90s alt-rock movement apart from, say, like the mid to late 80s rock sound.
You know, when I was kind of digging into all of that, I had this thought in the middle of reading that, that I kept thinking about the Power Station song, Feel the Heat. And I kept thinking when I thought about it that it almost sounds like a parody of the kind of thing that the alt-rock movement was trying to run away from. I keep thinking about that thwunks, and you can almost hear the swishing in there. It almost feels like the producers in the 80s in particular wanted to get their hands all over things. And it even threatens some of the reality of Bruce Springsteen. There are albums produced in the 80s that sound so slick as to almost feel like whatever was real about them got polished off. Is that kind of what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm referring to that a bit, but, I had also in mind a lot of the mid to late 80s Led Zeppelin clone bands. What's funny is a lot of those bands tried to replicate Zeppelin. And to me, one of the biggest elements of what made Led Zeppelin so special is, of course, John Bonham's humongous sound when it comes to the drums. And those guys in the 80s totally got it wrong. They did not replicate John Bonham's massive drum sound. It was a very tight, like I said, it's the sound of like shooting a gun off inside like a empty gym or something like that. It was just like very heavily reverbed and totally lacked the power of when you think of a recording like the drum, like what the drums sound like on Houses of the Holy, for instance. It was just a completely different sound and approach. So I think that a lot of those Led Zeppelin clone bands in the 80s really kind of fumbled the ball concerning that.
It's interesting, Greg. So last night I was talking to my husband, telling him that we were going to have you on today, and we got in this conversation. This is why I want to back up and actually talk a little bit of definition with you, because so my husband was born in Boston in '71. I was born in Oklahoma in '78. So different perspectives, obviously. And I was saying, some of the bands that are referenced in here, and of course he knew all of them and kind of went to a deep dive. And then he was like, a Primus. I wouldn't think a Primus is alt rock. And then we put some on. We started listening to some of these bands last night and like going through some stuff. We have a huge record collection, so we're listening on records. Anyway, and he started coming around. It's like, oh yeah, I guess I can see that. Anyway, my point is, and then we got into a conversation to what does alt rock mean to each of us. So from you, and you dive into this in the book, of course, but from a definition standpoint, can you give us, I guess, your definition of what this the genre and movement is? But then also, is it different for different people? Is that can different people say what? I mean, of course they can, but can different people have different takes on what this alt rock movement is based on where they're from, when they're from.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. The thing that I think alternative rock originally meant that it was an alternative to what was, I guess, like popular and was also kind of considered mainstream rock. But then, of course, after Nirvana and after Pearl Jam's success, then suddenly alternative rock becomes mainstream, and you have a lot of bands sounding just like Nirvana. So then it really is not, it is no longer truly alternative. But the thing that I love so much about alternative rock music, especially in the late 80s and also up to about maybe, say, 93 or like 94, was that it was hard to put your finger on a certain style. There were many subgenres that were kind of under the alt-rock umbrella, grunge being, of course, the best-known one. But then there was shoegaze, there was industrial, there was alt-rap, there was Britpop, emo, pop-punk, trip-hop, lo-fi. There were all these different subgenres. So it was really a very interesting time. I kind of equate it to maybe the late 60s, early 70s, where there were a lot of bands with a bunch of different styles of music coming in, like what Miles Davis was doing, or Jimi Hendrix, The Doors, Sly and the Family Stone, that it was hard to put your finger on just a certain style that all these bands were doing. And that's, like, for instance, a band I often point to as an example of early 90s alt-rock, which is a great example, is the band Faith No More. They had an album called Angel Dust and an album called King for a Day, Fool for a Lifetime. And if you were not familiar with that band, if you listen to those two albums, you may be fooled into thinking that it's a bunch of different bands, because they did a wide variety of styles, everything from extreme heavy metal to prog to soul to rap even, trip-hop type stuff. So that's what I love so much about early 90s alternative rock, was it was hard, that each band brought their own unique spin to things, I would say.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And it was, speaking of then last night going through all the records, Greg, we had, so my brother-in-law passed away a couple of years ago, and he had a massive record collection. He left it to us. And he was from Boston, really into the punk scene, but certainly I looked through and we had all these albums. But then I started realizing a lot of these albums, particularly more like the punk bands, but a lot of these albums as well, we had on 45s that he'd gotten. And so we started to get curious as to why so many of a particular genre were recording on the 45s. I know it was more cost effective. Was it cost effective and therefore became the trend? Do you know?
Yes, back in the 80s, it was cheaper to make a single and also press it yourself rather than doing like a whole album. But then, of course, we fast forward to nowadays where everything is completely digital. So now that, totally wipes out the cost of having to have a product in your hands. So yeah, things certainly changed. But in the late 80s, well, I would say even early 80s, through the 80s, even into the early to mid 90s, singles were a huge part of it, and especially with alternative rock. Sub Pop Records had a thing called Single of the Month Club, and that's how a lot of the great bands kind of created a buzz, or at least added to the buzz. Bands like Soundgarden, Smashing Pumpkins, Sonic Youth, I think, even had a Single of the Month single with Sub Pop. Yeah, so that certainly added to it as well.
I remember all that. Part of that.
I'll tell you this: I was in a dorm room in Athens, Georgia, when the first time I heard Sonic Youth's Catholic Block play, and the thing that I remember.
What were you doing in that dorm room?
I was hanging out with a friend who came down the hallway and said, "You got to come listen to this, man. You
Okay,
got to come check
okay.
this out." And I remember feeling that there was something about it also as well. A lot of that early stuff, or that tweener area between the late '80s and early '90s, a lot of it sounded like incredibly talented do-it-yourself stuff. Like somebody had literally found like a small room or a garage and was able to kind of record the stuff in there, and then were so talented that they figured out a whole bunch of other stuff too, but often let the imperfections, even if they were planned, it always sounded like they let the imperfections kind of stick around and hang out in there. By the way, Greg's book is not just good writing on his part, it is an assembly and a collage of a lot of fantastic quotes from people who were in the game in the day. So much of this history is incredible. It looks really, really easy, but it is an incredibly difficult reconstruction of the moment through the voices of the men and the women who lived it. I wanted to make sure people understood, along with some gorgeous photography and great kind of on-the-scene moments. It must have been a hell of a time putting this sumbitch together, right?
It was kind of difficult, but the thing is, I've done so many books in this style, and for people who aren't familiar with what a oral history is it's basically, like you said, a collection of quotes from all these phone interviews I've done, and like what it is there'll be a chapter, for instance, called 120 Minutes, which is about the famous MTV show that was on Sunday nights that specialized in strictly alternative music. So that'll be the title of the chapter. There'll be a opening paragraph of me explaining what's going to come in the chapter. But then when that's done, it's just quote after quote after quote from people that I spoke to. So you're getting the story straight from the horse's mouth, and I tend to describe an oral history as a documentary, but in book form. So that's really my favorite style of reading and writing, because I think back to even before I was a writer, I really enjoyed when I would read Rolling Stone magazine, just the straight ahead Q&As, because it's just, you're basically cutting out the BS. You're getting it straight from the person's mouth. Like, I'm not standing in between trying to decipher what they're saying. You're getting it straight from the people that were actually there.
Oh, what a good point. That was always the best to read, and we don't think about that. That's a great point. And I'm curious too. So the 90s were, they were just unapologetic seemingly, and messy and rebellious. And I know there's always a method to the madness underneath it, especially on the business side. But artists didn't, they weren't trying to be algorithm friendly, because that obviously wasn't a thing there. So it seems like it was more truthful in that regard. But over time, industry started rewarding a little bit more safety over originality. I think we're getting back to the originality again. But what sort of alt rock sensibilities do you, Greg, wish that modern artists maybe would adopt again? Is there anyone who carries that DNA now that you think currently?
Well, honestly, at my age, it seems like with me and a lot of my friends and people I speak to, it seems like you hit a certain age and then you just lose interest in like trying to discover new music. So like, honestly, I kind of go to maybe like the early 2000s, and then it has to do with your age. But then also for me personally, I was lucky that I was of the age in the early 90s that I was old enough to go see the shows and the tours. I was old enough to go by, for instance, Soundgarden Super Unknown the day it comes out. Again, I'm old enough to go see Radiohead on the OK Computer tour, so at least I have that going for me with my age.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, I'm sure there is great music out there. Just for me, I'm just very content listening to my Blind Melon and also Soundgarden albums.
Well, no, it's true. We talk about that. We do a show, and I do a country music news report even, and I watch myself be like, I scan past any story that's someone I don't know and that's younger, and I've got to get better. Or maybe not. I don't care. Maybe just talk about what you know. But it's a great point. We become what we never thought we would. But you like what you like, Jim. You like what you like. I can't help who I love.
There's something cool, like I said, when you really dig into this book too. Like, he's got a quote from the Reverend Horton Heat, and I'm going to unpack it here for a second. I took rockabilly and decided to get more aggressive and turned up. A lot of fast, high energy songs, and it fit in. We kind of bounced around and played various different types of venues and various different types of crowds, but we still played shows where there was a mosh pit. That's kind of the reason that we got embraced. It was a little bit of a backlash against the shoegazer doom and gloom of grunge. Here comes these guys that smile and are zany and high energy. But as much as it's a pushback, by the way, if you go to the early part of the quote that you decided to kind of focus on here, he went aggressive and turned up. So in a sense that while he is kind of taking on the sort of thematic concerns of some of the grunge, he's actually acknowledging in many ways, although the Reverend Horton Heat has always been a sharp elbows under the basket kind of guy, he is acknowledging that we have to acknowledge the energy that this movement is bringing into the game. And it's all those little things where you see the influence of all this stuff on everything else. And a lot of people, a lot of the quotes, Lindsay, and I'd love you to talk about this, Greg, of how many times you found yourself going, there's one musician referencing another musician working in the same space or a complementary space at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to what I said before, which what I love so much about about the majority of the early 90s alternative rock musicians and bands was how they all sounded different. They all brought their own unique thing to the table. For instance, Reverend Horton Heat didn't sound like Soundgarden. Soundgarden didn't sound like Nine Inch Nails. Nine Inch Nails didn't sound like Primus. Primus didn't sound like Blind Melon, et cetera, et cetera. That gets lost as the 90s go on, I think. At that point, major labels come in, which is kind of laughable now because major labels nowadays, what the hell is a major label? The whole entire music business is totally turned sideways. But back then in the early to mid 90s, major labels still ruled the roost. And as soon as Nirvana hits, as soon as Pearl Jam hits, they realize, oh, let's sign a bunch of Pearl Jam ripoff bands now. And then you get all these one-hit wonders. And then a few years later, oh, let's turn our attention now to Limp Bizkit and Kid Rock and, rap type metal and stuff like that. So it's really all about, at that point, it was all about making money. But that's been done countless times over the years. I mean, we think about the Beatles. As soon as the Beatles hit, there's how many Beatles ripoff bands. In the 70s, how many rip-off punk bands after the Sex Pistols and the Ramones. In the early 80s with New Wave, everyone's trying to sound like Devo. So, it just kind of is a circle that just happens over and over again. But I can't really comment on what the music industry is like now, because I couldn't even begin to tell you what major labels are still around, and also why a band would even want to be on a big major label now, because what can they do for you? Most of these bands make no money from their recordings. It's pretty much touring and merchandise. So it's kind of one of those befuddling situations.
Befuddling. Befuddling's a great word to use here. The connection piece, I'm still fascinated. I noticed on your Instagram page you're talking about when one of your favorite guitarists, Ace, had passed away, and I started thinking about, that hits differently for someone like you who has spent, committed your life and career to knowing the ins and outs of these industries and these people, and actually gotten to talk to them, and what that connection must feel like. And so it made me think, going back, back in the day, the absence of that constant visibility, I would have to think shaped the creativity side, and that, I'm wondering if the mystery and the distance kind of made artists more interesting, because we had to rely back then on people like you to put the Q&A out, even to know what was going on in these people's heads. So was it some of that mystery that we didn't have constant access to everything they were doing and eating every day? Was it that kind of also played into the creative side of this movement?
Yes, absolutely. You had to definitely work a little bit harder. Like, for instance, I mentioned the 120 Minutes program, which was Sunday night on MTV. Mm-hmm. And that was a tool that you would either videotape it or you would stay up late and watch it, and that's how you discovered a lot of new bands. Of course, back then we didn't have Spotify, so I couldn't just enter in a song and then suddenly there's all these recommended songs and albums and artists that come up. So that was part of it. Also, going to shows, you would go a little bit earlier to see who the opening band was, maybe get turned on to a band that you weren't that familiar with. Alternative rock radio was also very big. So those are things that nowadays are completely lost, because, again, you just go on YouTube or you go on Spotify and things get totally recommended to you, which, I'm not obviously complaining about that, because I've also discovered bands that way. But it was music was consumed entirely different back then, and I think it definitely took a lot more work to get turned on to a band or album or song.
And you felt invested in it by the time you found it. You're like, oh, these are my people.
And the other thing is too, is we've lost the sense of, with music in particular, the water cooler moment too. The idea, I remember you'd watch 120 Minutes, and then the next day you'd be talking to people about it, or you'd call a friend on the phone and be like, did you just watch what just happened there? Or people would come over to your house and watch it with you. Some people, I remember people would come over and sit down and you kind of watch it together and see what the next thing is. Dude, we
don't want to talk to anybody ever again. So that takes that out.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a communitas, and I almost kind of get why people also make their money on the road, because it's the one place where I think a lot of people are really longing, and there's a hunger for that. Do you feel like that there's been anything in the last 20 years that has been of a more positive impact than the growth of some of this touring as a? I'm trying to look, because there's always been people that got toured and got followed, but do you feel like that there's more of that going on, where people have become more invested in, a lot more people, in following the people that they like?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of artists have no choice, that they have to tour heavily. There's really no money anymore. And I mean, you can make money if you're an established band and you sell vinyl through your site maybe, but it seems like all the bands that are constantly touring, they're doing that because they pretty much have to, and they have to do VIP meet and greets and stuff like that, and they have to sell merchandise, and then, which people may not realize, they don't make entirely that much money from merchandise, because the venue takes a pretty good cut from that. So that's not even a total cash cow for a lot of these artists. So yeah, it's definitely getting tricky for a lot of these bands that you see constantly touring. What's sad is I think of an example being Scott Weiland, the late singer from the band Stone Temple Pilots. He was touring heavily towards the end because he said that was the only way he could possibly make money because he went through a few divorces, and I think he was making not nearly as much money through his album sales. It was really just he had to keep constantly touring. So that's someone that I use as a example concerning that.
Greg Prado, amazing conversation. Please say you'll come back. I mean, he's got 40 books, guys, so we have at least 39 more conversations, hopefully ahead of us. But you can head over. You can find him on Linktree, all his sites. Greg Prado, writer over there. By the way, all his books, all 40 books are over on Amazon. You can grab them there. And this latest book, Alternative for the Masses, The 90s Alt-Rock Revolution. It's an oral history, guys. It's so good. It looks really cool on a coffee table or in the cab of your truck, either way. Greg, thanks for making the time for us. Please say you will come back because you are one of our new favorite people.
Absolutely. I'm in.
There you
Yay.
go. There you go. A little bit of an easy move into the next half hour of Road Gang Radio. Please, guys, go to the link tree of Greg Prado, writer. That's Prato, writer. Kind of person that actually writes for a living, and boy, he cooks it.
We should write.
Right?
Right. Let's talk about that on the other side of this. And we're taking your calls on the other side of this break. What's the number, Jim?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Call me.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, MHTSA, MACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
It's Tuesday.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Let's go.
I don't want to talk about football. I'll leave that
Good.
alone for your
Good,
sake.
thank
and
you.
your
I
sanity.
appreciate it.
I do want to talk one more time before we get to the wonderful phone callers we've got coming in, Chrome Badger and Marshall, and anybody else that wants to join us at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Call me.
Lindsay, I don't know if you got a chance to see it, but just for the sake of just joy, go back and watch the highlights of the final game of the World Series. It is one of the greatest baseball games ever played, and in one of the
I'm just kidding.
I heard they dodged it.
The ninth inning catch, the events that led to the ninth inning catch that ended the ninth inning still tied after the bomb that was hit. Kiki Hernandez, the Dodgers left fielder, was playing it in close. He didn't misplay the situation. He had to play in close for a throw to the plate, and it hit a bomb into center field. The substitution that the Dodger manager made in the middle of the inning, he changed center fielders. And it is the craziest story, Lindsay. The guy races back to the wall. Hernandez is not going to get there, and he and Hernandez collide. They collide, and he makes the catch over the shoulder. And they said Hernandez is lying on the ground, and the other player looked at him and he said, "Are you okay?" He said, "I'm effing fine." And he goes, "Why are you so angry?" He goes, "We lost, didn't we?" He goes, "I have the ball." And you watch his reaction on the ground. He's like, he literally fist bumps and he pulls him up and they go running back in like a couple of maniacs. It was one of the greatest baseball games I have ever seen in regards to managing baseball intelligence, heroics, some mistakes. Matter of fact, the game could have ended in the ninth inning, except that the guy on third base decided to slide rather than run through. If he had run through, they'd have won the game. And you go back and you watch the video of how close it comes to him being safe at home plate. It is spectacular. And as Dan Ronan said yesterday on Nemo Nation, we came within a split second of an instant replay deciding a World Series game. The World Series entirely. It's one of those moments. We talk about the idea of, you're never there when the great things happen. People, often say, like, that game, I wasn't born for that concert. I wasn't born for that game. I wasn't around. What was it like? Everybody who loves baseball now has that. Any kid between the ages of like 7 and 12 now has that, can now tell their kids and their friends they remember where they were when that game took place. Which
There's
is really
not a
cool.
lot, especially if you're a big sports goer, it's hard. There's not a lot of moments. Everything sort of, melds together. There's not a lot of moments that'll stand out. I'll tell you that going to that Tennessee-Oklahoma game,
Which is I hope you get to.
I will remember forever. And let me tell you, Dre, I don't know, I haven't told Dre this, and I haven't told you, Jim, the full details, but on Saturday, we got to go to, and I have this picture that I cannot text to anybody because if it gets around, I will be burnt at the stake. But so on Saturday, we went to the Oklahoma Sooners played University of Tennessee at Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee. I had never been to that stadium before. Oh my God. Everyone's like, it's huge. It's an experience. We're like, whatever. We walked in. I'm like, holy crap. And let me tell you quickly the experience we had because our dear friends, the Spillmans who live up the street, their son, they have 3 sons adopted from Sierra Leone. And I shared this video on my Facebook page. If you go look at it, it's a tearjerker. 3 sons adopted from an orphanage in Sierra Leone. And then they have a son naturally born as well, which by the way is really funny. They're white. Their sons from Africa are black. And their son, their naturally born son, he's 8 and the brothers are all in college. So they're older. They had him going, by the way, for a long time that when he turned 7, he would turn black. And so the morning he woke up on his 7th birthday, he thought he was going to wake up and be black, and he came running down. He was like, "It didn't work."
It's like he didn't get his superpowers. He's like,
yes, totally. They had him going for the first 7 years of his life. Really funny. And they told him it when he was young, and they kind of forgot about it. And so when he really thought he was going to turn 7 that morning, he did not.
He did not. He held on to that, man. That was like the main event. Here it goes where I get to become just like my brothers. By the way, Neyland Stadium is only one of 2 places you can boat gate at. I'm just putting that out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, boat gate. So it was incredible. Their son, whose name is Edwin Spillman, he's a linebacker for the Tennessee Volunteers. He is incredible, and he's this gentle soul, but he is a hammer on the field. And I had asked Melissa, I'm like, do you hate watching it? She goes, nah, it's okay. He's the hammer, not the nail. And I was like, all right, well said. She said, he's going to be fine. But we had to they got us tickets, so we went with our friend's family to go watch Edwin play. Of course, I was there to watch OU. I could not only could I not wear OU gear, guys, I can't believe I'm about to say this out loud. I wore a Tennessee hoodie to watch OU.
You had to. You had to. You can't sit in that section if you're not.
Oh, you can't. The mamas of those football players, if they don't think you're there to support your team, they will kill you.
How'd your skin feel with that on you?
It was it burnt. It felt dirty.
Oh. Well, real quick, sorry. That's like my niece going to Alabama and then us watching LSU Alabama game there at the Alabama Stadium. She was like, please, Unc, I don't ask you for a lot. Just don't wear an LSU jersey. I can't make it to that game. I tailgate out in the parking lot. I wasn't going to go.
LSU fans, by the way, don't care. They don't care. I'll sit right in the middle in purple. I don't care. It's like, you want to go? We'll go right now. Lindsay?
Well, I wouldn't have been able to have been allowed in. Like, literally, they're like, we're giving you these tickets. It even says it on the ticket. So, didn't wear. Anyway, we go to the game. Long story long. Watch it. We got there a couple hours early, so we got to watch all the warm-ups, which is neat. That's a different experience. And then being at that stadium, there were 102,000 people there that night. The stadium shakes. It's on, the decibel level is on another planet. There's fireworks, there's music. It booms. And we were sitting right next to the Oklahoma's band, so that was actually fun for me. One of my friends was like, oh no, you're sitting by the visiting team's band. I'm like, that's my band, so we're good.
My band.
And what it was, for me, ended up being the perfect outcome because it was a great game. It was down to the wire. OU won.
It was
so
crazy.
That was great. I had to literally cheer. I was just grabbing Seamus under his butt the whole time anytime we'd score. But also Edwin Spillman, number 13, he led the defense for 9+ tackles. He had an interception, a deflection, and a sack to lead it. And it was really strange cheering for when he sacked my quarterback and intercepted on my quarterback. I cheered because I was like, that's totally worth it.
That's good. You can do that.
If it means Edwin.
Amen.
And afterward, we got to go down to the players' lounge and talk with the players and the coaches afterward. So it was all that to be said. It was such an experience. Core memory in my brain. I'm now a Tennessee Volunteers fan for Edwin Spillman, as long as they're not playing OU, of course. And our friend Brad Bentley texted me that night, Boomer! He said, are you going to Birmingham in 2 weeks? And I said, do you have tickets for me? Because if so, yes, I will.
Let me tell you something, man. The best way to describe that game is the OU defense heroically holding off wave after wave of Tennessee Volunteer assault, because Tennessee has a great offense, and the OU defense in that game was like almost gassed at the end, like doing everything, throwing the kitchen sink in a desperate attempt to stop Josh Heupel's high-octane offense from getting there, and they forced so many turnovers. It was a crazy game.
Well, we got to take this call, but one last thing. Josh Heupel, by the way, was when I went to OU.
Oh, yeah, here it comes.
He was quarterback my senior year when we won the national championship. I went to Miami with a big group of friends for the national championship.
Big game, Bob.
On New Year's Eve. Big game. On New Year's Eve, Miami, my senior year, Josh Heupel playing, Bob Stoops, of course, coaching. Josh Heupel put on a few LBs since then, by the way, but that's okay. We're not talking about that. So it was cool to see him there, and the whole thing was such a cool experience. So anyway,
Big game, Bob.
memory making experiences. Big game, Bob. Not Big Gay Bob. Big game, Bob.
Big game, Bob.
Big
Have you noticed that with Bob Stoops? I mean, think about how you get that name. I mean, think about how you get that nickname, Big Game Bob. When the fate of everything is on the line, Bob shows up. By the way.
And you got Bob.
By the way, every time there is a new coaching opening, I swear to God, he's totally retired, but anytime another job opens up, people are like, we're calling Stoops.
Totally.
I mean, they're always like, "It's a job opening." And I remember when the Notre Dame job opened up before they hired Brian Kelly. It's like they're going to go with Stoops. They're hiring Stoops. He's got Midwest connections. Bob Stoops has connections and friends everywhere.
Bob's got friends in all places. Speaking of friends in all places,
there he
I'm going
goes.
to say that too.
Yeah, you get to. I was going to say exactly the same thing, but you take it away and introduce our next caller.
Well, I don't know who it is, but I know it's somebody I love.
Well, actually, you do know who it is. You got to trace. Not Marshall. It's Chrome Badger. Marshall is after Chrome Badger. Chrome Badger, forget about it.
Come on, let's go to PA.
Hey, forget about it. I'm here in New York trying to stay out of trouble down I-684 here. It's beautiful weather, actually, believe it or not. In the Northeast, we're having miracle weather. It's like a southern fall for us here. So how you all been? Haven't talked in a long time.
I know, we missed you.
We're good. We're good. Hey, did you buy that lottery ticket, that 1.2 million lottery ticket in Pennsylvania at the Citgo truck stop that nobody's picked up yet? Please tell me that's you. I want it to be you.
You know, I have to look. Maybe by some miracle it may just appear on my table later when I'm eating dinner.
That would be awesome.
If it's you, don't tell us. Don't tell anybody.
I know your mom has it.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, fortunately, everybody's been good. Thank God, we've been really good. You know, the usual: keeping busy at work, taking care of the home, the vehicles, staying legal out here, just trying to enjoy life, do our best, keep in touch with everybody when I can. And I've been, you know, keeping an eye on you guys a little bit here and there on Facebook, seeing things pop up, knowing you're all well. I can only listen on here. My phone doesn't work very well for other aspects, and I'm trying to listen to things, especially moving through the interstates. But, you know, before I forget, Lindsay, I know you have my information. Contact me, call me, whatever. What happened was my friend, our family friend from years ago, my dad's childhood friend, his daughter and stuff, she's trying to get somebody to sing a nice song that her dad wrote, He's long past, but he wrote a really cool song, and you popped in my mind. I said, I got a nice song. It's somebody that you'd like to sing, so maybe it would really work good for you. And you're the first person that popped in my head. So
Aw.
maybe you'd be interested in that.
Well, I'm honored that you thought about me. Thank you. Have you sent it to me? I'm really bad about Facebook messages if you sent it, but I would love to hear it.
roadgang@radionemo.com.
Oh yeah, can you email a copy of it?
Road Gang Radio. Yeah, I'll have her do that. Actually, she's supposed to call me back today because she was asking about that, and I didn't even realize that it never got recorded. He wrote that, I don't know, 25 years ago, and he never had anybody to record it for him, but it's a really cool song, and it's really unique. I never heard anything quite like it, so I think it's something you'd really be interested in. And if you want, Dre, you guys, you have my number, you can call me also. If not, I can have her, try to get it to you and see what you think.
Yeah, if you have somewhere you can email it so I can hear it or see it, that'd be great. It's like you said, roadgang@radionemo.com. Send it to us or send info and send all your info in that as well. And that will get to me and we can connect. I love hearing it. Who knows, 25 years later, it could be a whole different spin on whatever it is about. So send it on over, brother. Thanks for thinking of me.
All right, I will. And it's great to hear you guys again. And hopefully I'll try. I don't know what's going to happen this next year, how my schedule runs. I'd like to go to Matt's. I don't know if you all were planning to go to Matt's this year down in
Oh, yeah, we're going. We're going, and hell's coming with us.
We're going, and you know what the plan is, Chrome Badger. Start planning, trying to get there if you can, because we're going to do something very different this year that actually benefits the drivers. I'll just say it that way. Actually benefits the drivers, not.
Yeah, exactly.
Not.
Yeah. I mean, we have this crazy idea that maybe we should actually care about the people that are driving on the road and not just people hearing themselves talk. Chrome Badger, it's great to hear your voice, brother. It's great that you're still out there making it all happen in Pennsylvania and New York. Get where you're going safely. Please tell your mom we said hello.
Hello, Mom.
All right, will do, guys. God bless you all, and we'll talk to you later. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
You too, brother. Good to hear your voice. Forget about it.
Forget about it. I can't wait for country and western music news today, by the way.
Really? Why?
Well, because we get to talk about the road.
Ooh.
We get to talk about a whole bunch of other good topics as well, too.
There's some fun stuff in there. There's something for everyone in country music news today. And The Road, guys, if you haven't been watching The Road, Dre, you might need to watch it. The first episode was definitely the best out of the three. We'll talk about it more. But because it's called The Road, this is why I'm staying on it this season, because nobody knows about the road better than truck drivers. And there are some similarities you can see that are going to get tougher and tougher. I love that Keith Urban talks about how hard it is to be on the road. They're not making it as glamorous. I mean, there's a lot of glamour in it, of course, but there's a lot of not glamour. There's a lot of hard stuff in there, and that's what they're focusing on.
I thought Taylor Sheridan's pop-in episode 2 was terrific, by the way. The speech he gives them was like really spot on, and in many ways ends up having an implication on what happens later, especially with, what song does she sing again? The Willie Nelson song?
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Or, mamas, don't let your cowboys grow up to be babies.
Yeah, that's right. We got to go back to the phones here, Lindsay. We got a long-time listener, long-time caller, friend of the show, person who's actually sat in this studio, by the way, across from us. Thrilled to have him on board. Marshall is back on the scene.
What's up?
What's
up? Buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a quick, serious note. The ADA, the American Diabetes Association, bought, paid for, and owned by Big Pharma. And Big Pharma has a very simple business plan. Treat, never cure. Just keep selling them drugs that treats their illnesses, never cure their illnesses. Diabetes, especially type 2 diabetes, completely curable. They're just changing your diets.
Oh, well, she believes that, by the way. She's talking about, she also has type 1. She's a sufferer of type 1, and she's a dietitian. And actually, like I said, I don't think what your diet has any problems whatsoever. I think diet is a really individual thing. I don't think there's a magic bullet other than not eating sugar and not loading up on salt. I think those are the two big bad ones.
I I listen to a live broadcast. I don't know. I don't listen to it every week that Dr. Ken Berry does. And there is at least 20, 30, maybe as many as 40 people who come on there, listeners and stuff. There's 400 people, 500 people in the chat at a time. There are at least 20 or 30 that come in there and have changed their diet to what he recommends, and they are now off of all their medication. They have cured all their type 2 diabetes problems. Type 1 is a different animal. It's a different disease. And here's a cautionary tale for all the drivers out there. You go in for your DOT physical, and they tell you, well, you got a little bit of sugar there showing up. You know, you might be pre-diabetes. There is no pre-diabetes. You either have it or you don't. And that's what the problem for a long time has been, is people already are type 2 diabetics, and they don't even realize it, because people are just, oh, you're pre-diabetes, you're okay, don't worry about it. And by the time they become full-on type 2 diabetes, it's too late. Start taking medication for the rest of your life. So,
well, Marshall, I wrote down Dr. Ken Berry, so I wrote it down. We'll reach out, see if maybe Claire can get him scheduled to come on the show.
He's your neighbor. He's just over, I think, in Dickinson, just down the road from you away.
All right, well, I'll just go over to his house and,
Actually,
and knock on the door.
You're joking about that, but you do that, Lindsay.
I would do that. Don't tell me your address. I will show up, guys.
He now has a farm out there and stuff, and raises goats. He raises, because there's other things that you don't have to just eat beef. That's a misnomer when I say that. He's raising goats now. They call them hair goats, not like the mohair goats. They don't taste as good, but
Mohair Goat would be a good alt rock band.
Yeah.
They're ruminant. You know, they eat grass, weeds, and so on and so forth, and their meat is extremely healthy and good for you, and very tasty. So, but on a different note.
Pivot.
You may have saw my videos from Halloween night at the Tennessean. You really got to go to this place, Lindsay. You should be playing there once in a while. Anyhow, it was a pack night. There were several very attractive female law enforcement officers who I tried to surrender to, but I could not get them to take me into custody.
I'm a cop, but a sexy cop.
You managed to convince me not to arrest you. Move on. Go on.
Yes. But there were two wallflowers there, two fairly young ladies, attractive. Don't know, but it was an in-between crowd. You know what I'm saying? The young guys were there with their girlfriends. The older guys were all there with their wives. So there wasn't any action for them, and I saw them sitting over there getting bored. And as you know, I like to help people out.
Yeah, so thank you for your service.
Yeah, and explain to them, you know, they might want to check out an older daddy, because, you know, older daddies are like really good whiskey, you know, we're aged and mellow. And that got a little chuckle, of course. And then I explained to them, you know, I know this is a truck stop, and I do drive a truck, but it's not my full-time job. My full-time job is a mechanic, but a highly specialized mechanic. I'm a love mechanic.
Okay.
Perfect tool to fit all your parts.
Okay. And then you got arrested.
That's called a charge.
Oh my God.
Hook up the cables.
You get these younger love mechanics, you know, but they're always in a hurry to try to get to the end and fix things. Me, I like to take my time and make sure all parts get fully serviced.
Okay.
Over here at Road Gang Radio, we like all parts.
All parts. We like both parts.
Both parts.
All parts.
All parts. Marshall, I can't.
Marshall's parts.
I got to tell you, Marshall, you are a character who has character, which is a rare combination. And we love you so much, man. And there ain't nothing that you can do about it, my brother. We love you. We love you.
Thank
you.
I offer a warranty. Total and complete satisfaction is guaranteed, or take your love back. So.
Take your love back. Marshall,
Like a
thank you for
mountain
servicing
stream.
our show. We appreciate you, friend.
Everybody have a great day.
You too.
You too. I'm surprised that didn't work. I like to service your parts, ma'am. That's weird that she didn't go home with
This
you.
is not brought to you by Maintenance Matters.
Wait, to quote the great poet, the great poets of country and western music, Hall and Oates, I can't go for that. No, no can do.
We were jamming that the other day.
That's a good song, by the way.
Such a good song.
That's a good song, man. Hall and Oates is the truth, dude. It's actually better than pulling weed. I'll tell you that right now. You like that?
Mm-hmm.
We got a great show today. We've already talked to Greg Prado, but Lindsay, who in fact is going to be gracing our presence as the next guest?
I'm so glad you asked. Punchbug. I'm glad you said that because that is one thing that I definitely want to talk about. Russell Hayes is joining us next. He's got the Volkswagen book out. It's called The Complete Book of Volkswagen GTI, every model since 1976. And definitely want to talk about Punchbug. I want to talk about Jim. I remember my husband, Seamus, reminded me of this morning about the cabriolet and the rabbit, which that was when I turned 16. That's not what I had. I had a probe because speaking of poorly named.
Put your daughter in a probe.
Yeah, speaking of poorly named things that need maintenance. I know that was the big thing. If you had a cabriolet, which I think was the convertible version of the rabbit, perhaps, or vice versa.
You got it right.
Yeah. Okay, that's what Seamus said, but we need to confirm that was it was a very cool kitschy thing, but I don't think they lasted that long.
It's weird because some of their cars, you meant didn't last long as a model because they're still out there, dude.
No,
'Cause
no,
I'm
no,
telling
as a
you,
model.
if Volkswagen built it, it's still out there in some form or fashion, man. Those things went forever. What you got, Trey?
Well, my first car was supposed to be a Dodge Ram, but my brother wrecked it. So I got my mom's car, and it was pretty much Herbie fully loaded, but it was probably not as loaded as it needed to be because the belt was pantyhose. But dang, that thing was fast, man.
I think Nemo's listening, by the way, and I think he and Mrs. C actually owned a Bug.
Oh, I can see that.
I think they owned a Bug, dude.
Convertible and everything, her hair flapping in the wind.
I had a good friend of mine at the University of Georgia.
Sunflower pot in the middle.
It was this woman, Jennifer. She had pulled back hair. She dressed like a bomber pilot, like the lady who was the guest yesterday, Evelyn.
Yes.
She dressed like a bomber pilot, and she drove a Volkswagen black.
Oh, that's hard.
It was like, she drove a black Volkswagen, man. Lady on the stick shift and that small little Bug fired up. It was
They're fun. The girl that babysits my children, she just went, my child.
I looked at the girl that vapes. I'm like, which girl are we talking about?
The girl that vapes, that watches my kids. The girl that babysat my child, she's gone off to college now, but she got, when she turned 16, the Tiffany blue Volkswagen Beetle with the eyelashes on the headlights, Eyelashes on the headlights, sunflower pot in the middle, the whole deal. All the kitschiness, all the silliness, but very sweet.
Eyelashes on the headlights, the sweet champagne on ice. I'm sorry. By the way, the complete book of Volkswagen GTI details all 8 generations of the Volkswagen GTI since its debut in '76. It covers every GTI production model, every related performance model, insights from all of the VW engineering folks. It's a great book. Anybody in your home who is a gearhead or just wants to take a trip back to the day, back to the 70s, really should check this sucker out.
Seamus's thing will work here. First, we will take over all of the cabriolets, then all of the Beetle Bugs, and then the world! That's all I got.
Where would we be? Where would we be without laughter, Lindsay? Where would we be?
Well, you have to laugh.
Well, here's the thing, but here's the question. Where would we be without laughter? Germany.
Oh.
Sorry. Too soon? Too soon?
No. Never forget.
It's never too soon. It's really fun. I don't know what it was, but when I read the book, and I saw his name, Russell Hayes, I don't know why I did this. I saw his name and I went, Russell Hayes, all in my brain. Lately things don't seem the same, especially for GTIs, which we're talking about, by the way. The Volkswagen is very much on our mind. It'll be followed by country and western music news, and then, as always, we will wrap it up and then hand it over to our good friends, Ashley and Scott, as they talk to our friends who we've spoken to earlier about the same thing. Andy Polikoff and Jeff Burkhardt are going to go over there and really dig deep into the idea that amidst all the other stuff that people are talking about in regards to trucking, training is very much on everyone's mind.
You know what's on my mind?
Tell me.
Taking a drive in a convertible. Maybe from Nashville to New Orleans sometime. Maybe in a cabriolet. Probably not, though. Joining us next, Russell Hayes. If you like cars and you like Volkswagens, and even if you don't, you're going to want to hear this interview because this is a cool dude. The book is very cool. Again, looks good on a coffee table. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
I'd rather roll instead into our next segment because we are live from Fastport Studios with your hosts Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler yet again.
Yet again, that sounds daunting. It's like, oh God, yet again.
Here we are.
Keep turning it on, thinking maybe somebody else will be there, but
Here's
no,
your
yet
host.
again.
Yet again, here we are.
Hey, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre over there on the ones and the twos, keeping us on the air and calling our fabulous guests like this next one, Russell Hayes, all through my mind. Jimmy?
His books all really seem so fine. By the way, if they're mentioning motoring on print, television, or online, Russell Hayes is the go-to guy. His clients have included the BBC's original Top Gear, Channel 4's Driven, The Times, and the London Evening Standard. He's written an eclectic mix of motoring histories on subjects as diverse as the Earl's Court Motor Show, the Volkswagen Golf, the Aston Martin V8 cars. Russell is also the author of motor books, Volkswagen Beetles, and buses, and the big book of tiny cars. He lives in London, England. He joins us now. This is a really wonderful book, guys, for all of you gearheads out there, and there are plenty of them. The complete book of Volkswagen GTI, every model since 1976. Russell, welcome to the show.
Hey there. Thanks for having me on the show, and thanks for such a great intro.
Well, thanks for being here. The intro was all you. Outside of reading it, you are the life inspo for it. So I want to kick off right here from the beginning because Russell, I love stories about things that weren't supposed to happen. I think those are the most fabulous when it was the intention was for something else or sometimes even very little intention. And so the GTI started as, a skunk works, a backroom passion project. And here we are all these days later, still, almost 50 years later talking about it. So what do you think? Is it that kind of rebel spirit? Why did that kind of rebel spirit rather turn into such a huge cultural icon?
I mean, yeah, you're right. The GTI was never in the plan. When they introduced the Golf, they were just trying to find something to replace the Beetle. And sporty car was never in the plan, but the engineers of the engineers got to realise that this was a fine-handling little hatchback, and it could easily take more power. And I think a couple of German racers started having a go with it, and they thought, we might have something here. So it created a new kind of car. Certainly in Germany, there was nothing like it. The nearest thing was the little BMW 3 Series Touring, the hatchback. So it created a new market.
But then on that follow-up to that, was there a moment or a person or an event, in your research where you thought, okay, that's the moment where the legend really began, like one kind of turnover moment?
Well, there was I guess the turnover moment was when there's a guy who headed up the project, was called Anton Conrad, and he as you say, he was a kind of skunkworks operation trying it. First of all, they tried an engine which was far too big for it, and it was completely uncontrollable. But then they dialed it down a little bit, and they presented it to the head of Volkswagen Research, Professor Fiala, and he gave it the go-ahead. So that was the pivotal moment. But they only thought they were going to make 5,000 to start off with. It was only thought that they would just make 5,000 so they could take it to do a little bit of motorsport, and they didn't think there would be more demand than that.
And there we are. And by the way, 1976 is crucial in this story as well, because one of the things about this whole situation is that it's cometh the moment, cometh the motor, and cometh the vehicle, because it really only can come to life at that particular time period. I mean, this is a time period of peak oil and people wanting to figure out ways that they can get more bang for their buck. Is that there's a whole bunch of other time periods where this doesn't take off at all. I mean, it really fits in with the zeitgeist of the times, a lot of the way people were thinking in regards to not only just how they wanted to get from place to place, but how they wanted to look getting there, how they wanted to virtual signal how they were getting there. I mean, it really is, it's not just a matter of, as Lindsay was talking about, the idea of one thing turning into another. It's also kind of a situation where the time period itself really lends to its breakthrough. That's fair, right?
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, one thing about the Golf, it was an elegant. The first series Golf was an elegant car styled by an Italian, and it was discreet. So if you put a big engine in it and you had the speed, you wouldn't be noticed for it, and you could take it to the office and you could do everything with it. You could shove a fridge in the back if you wanted to.
The other thing I was kind of curious about with it is, this is a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it. Why didn't the wing doors catch on? I was like, as I was going through the early part of the book, I'm like, well, God, why haven't I seen more of the wing doors? And I was kind of curious, as an overall thing from DeLorean on, why haven't wing doors caught on more with vehicles? Is it an aesthetic thing, do you think, or is there a practicality that's really pushed people away from it? Because I know why you would build them. It's amazing to me that more people don't have them and that more cars don't have them as well.
I think it might be practicality. I think as well, if you're in a parking garage, if you've got a car parked either side of you, you're just going to scrape the cars either side on the way up.
That's all I could think about, by the way, because there's no way to kind of successfully maneuver yourself through the little crack, especially if you've gained 20 pounds over the last year. It really.
Why are you looking at me when you said that?
No reason.
Okay,
no
moving
reason.
on.
I'm just.
Hey, I want to psychoanalyze here, people here, Russell, if you will, because I want to talk about cars and identity. And first of all, I'm just so curious what happens to a car that's built on personality and sound and feel versus this near silent EV future. But I'm wondering, Russell, is there in your opinion, an emotional through line between a GTI owner in 1976 and one buying the MK8 today? What does GTI say about the person who chooses one?
Oh, I think there's a complete clear line that goes straight through. I think it's it's somebody who's got good taste, and somebody who's prepared to pay a little bit more than you would for a competitor car, but value something which is going to last, and value something which is the best of its kind, well built, well engineered, but doesn't shout about it, and isn't going to go out of fashion.
Yeah. Huh.
Okay, one of the great things about the complete book of Volkswagen is that it actually, it because of the way it's laid out, because of the combination of really wonderful prose, but also a real visual history of the development of the vehicle, we get a sense of what looks like a very, very kind of steady incremental evolution. The truth of the matter is often a lot more complicated than that, and and books of this kind have to kind of visually kind of figure out ways to kind of take us through that progression. But can you kind of talk about, in retrospect, we look back on where this was and how this got here. If there are places where you can track, and I have a couple of thoughts myself, where you can track the major hiccups in its development, where would you pinpoint that? Because it all just isn't this kind of gradual, smooth, incremental sailing, because you are talking about people of taste and people who are looking for very simple solutions, but very tasteful solutions to their kind of transportation needs. Where do the problems arise? Where do some of the issues that happen over this long time period?
Well, I think in terms of the generations of Golf, which didn't quite work, and I hope I won't offend any owners out there. I think the Mark III hit a bit of a bum note because it was kind of just a little bit too big and a little bit too rounded, and it got rid of the separate double headlamps, which was a big deal, which was always the marker of a GTI. And also Volkswagen's tweaked the formula sometimes, not the fans. For example, the tartan seats, the plaid seats have not always been there. They've been taken out, then we want them to be back in again, so they come back in again. And even the Golf Ball gear lever has come and gone. So I think, the Mark III was a bit of a bum note, but and the Mark IV, it certainly was a bit too discreet. There was a reaction to lots of thefts in Europe. I mean, the GTI was one of the most stolen cars in Europe in the 1980s. There was a reaction too, was to take all the GTI markers off, to take all the black side strips off. So you couldn't actually tell in Europe what a Mark IV GTI was unless you looked at the badge.
I have a question, Russell, because and I haven't gotten to really look this up or research it because my husband just said it to me right before we went on the air this morning when I was telling him we were going to be talking about you. But he reminded me of the Cabriolet and the Rabbit, which I'd totally forgotten about. But as soon as he said it, I had all the feels came back to me from when I was in high school, when I was turning 16. And that was like, I did not have that. I had a Ford Probe, which is the worst named car ever, but I had it. But he reminded me of the Cabriolet and the Rabbit, and I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, that was like sort of a badge of honor for girls my age at that time when you got it. For whatever reason, it was the cool, kitschy thing. And correct me if I'm wrong, was the Cabriolet the convertible and the Rabbit was the hardtop?
Yeah, well, the Rabbit was the name that Volkswagen of America put on the Mark I Golf.
Okay.
And they revived it just for the Mark V. So that was just a name for the Mark I Golf. And I think there was a Rabbit Cabriolet.
Okay.
There's been a Cabriolet in most generations of Golf.
And then why was that? I mean, it goes on feeling, and I'm just, is there some sort of character to that, particularly say with the Cabriolet and the Rabbit? Why I would say, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, that have been what a female high schooler was the badge of honor to get that. What is that feeling? I don't know. You were not a high school female, I understand, but is there something that's attached to that made it be the thing at that time?
Well, I think there might have been a bit of European chic attached to it, and it was another unique designer car, which was a really clever bit of design, that they had to have that big rollover bar in it to keep it from getting all floppy, keep the body from being floppy, and to attach the seatbelts to. But it became a trademark of the Gold Cabriolet, the big bar that ran over the middle, and it was really well built, and it was a successor to the Volkswagen Com Gear, and it took over that role perfectly. So it carried over a little bit of sophistication, something a little bit chic.
He said to keep it from being floppy. Is that why it was called Rabbit?
Oh,
Sorry.
Well done, by the way.
Now it is.
Volkswagen of America gave animal names to early 1970s Volkswagens. I think because Ford had come along with the Pinto and the Mustang. So I think they thought, oh, we've got to have an animal name for this. So I think the Passat was called the Dasher, and the Sirocco I think was going to be called something else. But so they thought Rabbit would be cute, like beetle, like bug. So that's why they came up with Rabbit.
Well, that's the big thing about kind of breaking into the American market as well, and this goes all the way back to muscle cars and even before this, is the idea that for Americans, and Russell, please, you can correct me if I'm wrong, don't feel bad about saying, thank you, Jimmy Mack, you're totally wrong. It always,
Thank you, Jimmy Mack, you're totally wrong.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
I've
Lindsay.
been wanting to say that
I know
for
you
so
have
long.
your whole life. But one of the things that's so kind of cool about the American market is that it's often framed in the most cool sort of marketing, and I don't mean that the marketing was always worked as cool, but the attempt is to always make things seem fun. Because I will tell you this, as somebody who is, in high school in the mid 80s and then starting college as the decade comes to an end, very few cars outside of that convertible said to me beach fun, said to me road trip, said to me a good time like that particular car did. It just looked like safe and wholesome fun. And I'm wondering, and we'll talk about the fall of the Berlin Wall here in a second, but I'm wondering how much of an impact the designs had on regards to kind of reaching a youthful American market, because it does really feel like a safe choice for the parents who are buying these cars for these kids, but also a fun choice for the kids who are getting them. And is that any part of the consideration of the design?
I think the design, the design was a well-engineered design, and I think Volkswagen played around with colours a lot. That Mark I Golf convertible, that lasted right through into the mid-1980s. They kept on building it, and they would have multiple special editions in different colours. So it took very well to being, gussied up and appearing in different shades for fashion. So it took on that role very well, and it took over from the Beetle convertible very well.
Okay, I want people to get to know Russell here, Jim, because we like people to not only be into Volkswagens, but understand why this book is important to you specifically, Russell. And it's here. I'm a songwriter in Nashville, and there's people who will pick up that first time I picked up that guitar, it had a feeling, or the first time I played the piano, it spoke to me, or whatever. So in this regard, car people have that too. It's that first spark and that feeling. So I'm curious, Russell, what's that moment for you? When did cars stop being transportation and start being more of a passion for you?
Oh, I think that comes down to my father, really. I think when I was about 9, he said, well, you ought to stop reading comics. And he put a classic car magazine into my hands, and that was it. I was just hooked from then onwards.
Just pulled in at that point. By the way, that's often a story we hear from people. It's their dads who kind of pass on this kind of love of motoring down the highway. I wanted, and I was in the middle of this, and I just was kind of, Lindsay had that question. I was kind of curious too, because this car in its earlier forms becomes very popular in the Eastern Bloc after the fall of the Berlin Wall, if I remember correctly, too, as well. And since it is German design and since they last so long, a lot of the older models began to make their way across what used to be the Iron Curtain and the fall of the wall, correct? I mean, it really actually makes a really nice transition into poorer markets, and I guess the off market in some degree, and then allows up more opportunities for people to buy the newer models. That's kind of the acceleration point, correct?
Yeah, certainly after the fall of the Berlin Wall, it was a Mark II Golf was really the car to have. It was really coveted, and Volkswagen found a very ready market. Also, still, when I travel around Europe, I always see old Golfs, and the Mark II Golf, nothing lasts like a Mark II Golf. I've still seen them knocking around Greece in terrible condition, but they're trucking on.
How many miles? I just kind of curious if you have any sort of this kind of what I call random trivia knowledge. Do you know if there is any model with the most mileage that anyone's ever gotten? Where the how high can these things go before the wheels finally come off, as they often do on this show?
Oh, I think 200,000 miles is entirely possible. Yeah. But I mean, you know, I guess if you service them and love them, they could go even further.
Okay, can we do a quick lightning round, Jim? Are you
Yes,
okay with that?
you got a lightning round. Lightning round for Russell.
Couple lightning round questions here, Russell. The greatest. This is all your opinion. Nobody, you know, opinions are opinions. Like, okay, greatest GTI generation.
Mark 1. Beginning, because it's the purest.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for the why. Yes, Jim.
Greatest GTI sports driver.
Oh, they've all been German drivers, and all the names escape me for now. But
make it up. We won't know.
There was a great guy called Freddie Kotlinski. He's probably the most famous.
Kotlinski, fun to say. Okay, most underrated GTI model.
Probably the VR6 six-cylinder GTI, because that was it was a bit interesting that in the States they had a GTI with a six-cylinder engine, and it was never offered in Europe. It was never had a GTI badge on it. So I think that's probably an intriguing, underrated car.
And I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't mind getting their hands on one either. Okay, I want to really quickly, and we might move back to some more lightning round stuff here. I want to also talk about process of putting this book together. And I often ask this of people who write these kind of books. You've got to figure out a way to make a comprehensive narrative in terms of your own language and words, while at the same time go through what I'm sure there are so many pictures that are not in this book that you agonized over. Can you talk a little bit about the process of putting together one of these books and what it actually takes? We're big fans here, not only of origin stories, but also making the sausage. What goes into assembling a book like the complete book of Volkswagen?
Well, first of all, I have to start with a very detailed synopsis. So I pinned down what's going to be in each chapter and what's going to be in the main narrative and what can go into a sidebar. Because I really quite like sidebars. You know, the little boxes off so that you can choose whether or not you want to read them, but they don't break up the flow of the narrative. And then, I'll be gathering material. I'm sometimes gathering material for a book before I even start it. So I've got little folders everywhere, and little boxes of books and magazines that I'm collecting all the time. And the images, I start to gather them at the same time as I'm writing the text, because I get a feeling from what you have to see, because some things you have to talk about, you have to see them, and then they have a flow too. And sometimes I do an early assembly of images, and I even look at things like colors. Are there too many red cars in here? Are there too many silver cars? Which way round are they pointing? Are there too many black and white photos? Do I have a few more color photos? Can I break it up with putting an advert in here or a brochure? In a way, the picture work is almost as much as the text.
Okay, now we got to talk Punch Buggy, because this came up at the bus stop this morning when we were dropping kids at the bus stop, and again, I was talking about having you on the show, and so everyone started talking Punch Buggy and hitting each other, and then actually miraculously, like 2 minutes later, a bug drove by and everybody like raced to hit each other. And then we started talking about colors and the favorite color, the most iconic colors. Why did the Punch Buggy become the Punch Buggy game? Did you guys play that over in Europe, or was that just an American thing?
No, we didn't. It sounds great. A bit painful, but it sounds great.
Yeah, when you'd see we'd be driving on the road, and if you see a beetle bug, you'd go Punch Buggy, and you have to punch somebody in the arm. I'm not saying Americans are smart or classy like
or
you guys,
obsessed
Russell.
with violence.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we never did that. I guess we didn't have enough Volkswagen Beetles knocking around.
or you're just classier than us, and
But-
that's fine too.
But Lindsay brings up a good point about cultural differences, because that's one of the things you actually do in the book, by the way. You actually say that one size does not fit all, and that power expressions not only change over time, but they vary by countries. Can you tell our listeners a little bit about that? The idea that, the way one handles in one place might not be the way it handles in another, and how it feels to be behind the wheel of one of these purchased in one place to another is not always the same, correct?
Exactly. The biggest difference was how the suspension was set. There's a sporty suspension setup you can have, but when does that become too hard, and so Volkswagen always had to work out what the balance was for any particular country between a suspension which was sporty but not too hard, not uncomfortable. And sometimes they got it wrong. I think a couple of times they got it quite wrong with America, because they brought over the VR6 Mark III, the 600 Mark III, and put a GTI badge on it in the 90s, but they left the suspension setting as the European one, which was for a Grand Tourer. It was like quite a comfortable suspension. So the American magazines immediately said, "Oh no, this is just too soft. It's just rolling all over the place." So they had to, a year later, they had to put new springs on and new shock absorbers. So yeah, it's kind of gauging suspension is a big thing, and also with the American emissions equipment, the horsepower will very often go down. So it was trying to balance what was an acceptable horsepower with all the bits and bobs on. Compared to the competitors, so there was a lot of mixing and matching that had to be done for different markets.
We're talking with Russell Hayes. His new book is The Complete Book of Volkswagen GTI, every model since 1976. You can get it wherever you get your books. Russell, my husband, who's listening, actually just texted me and said his older brother had a Golf Mark II in gold. He said he let him drive it every once in a while, but they just knew it as a Golf. What to this day, okay, and this, maybe it's different ages. If you could go back, you as a teenager, which Volkswagen would have been your dream versus today, what would be you, Russell, your dream? And do you own a Volkswagen?
I have had one. I've had a Golf. Yeah. It wasn't a GTI. It wasn't a GTI. It was a nice silver Mark 1.6 Mark V, and it was a really nice, sophisticated car. I didn't have it from new. It was quite a few years old when I got in it, and it's one of those cars you get in and you go, "Hello, car," after you've had a really bad day, and it's going to be nice. And you could get out of it after driven 4 hours in the rain, and it would still be fine. And I've also had a little car called a Volkswagen Up, which was never sold in the States. It's a tiny city car, and that was a great little car. But if I could go back and have a GTI, I think I'd have to have a Mark I, because as I say, it's the purest. It's the original. And now, well, if somebody wants to give me a Mark 8.5 GTI, I'd be very happy.
Put the word out.
Speaking of going all the way back to the past and the original gangster, let's jump forward for the last kind of thought process here. I'm going to make every single listener of our truck driving community, old school guys, groan. What is the electric future?
Interesting, I think. The thing about electric cars is, where is the character going to come from? Because you've got a whole new language. You can't talk about what's under the hood, because often if you pick up the hood and look underneath, you can't see anything at all except somewhere to put your bags. They don't have to make a sound. So all the engineers I know are trying to engineer some character into the new cars, but it's the speed is there. The speed is, it's very easy to wind up an electric motor and get astonishing speed. I mean, some of the new electric cars
can move.
At least the Tesla Model S just completely blew supercars into the weeds. So you can have the speed, but it's difficult to get the character in.
Okay, I have to wrap with, because I always have to talk music. I talk walkout songs a lot, but if the GTI had a song that would, in your mind, Russell, that would be playing the ideal theme song for it, rolling down the road, what's its theme song?
You get to pick it.
Happy Now by Pharrell Williams.
Ah,
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Have you been asked that before? Or did that just pop in your head?
No, I haven't. That just popped into my head.
Well, then that's what it's supposed to be.
Hey, by the way, like a room
My
without a
favorite
roof.
song.
Like a room without a roof. There you go.
Because I'm happy, come along if you feel like a room without a roof.
That's
I love
exactly
it.
it.
Good
There's
answer.
no roof. Good answer. Well done. By the way, guys, please, if you have any gearheads in your life, this is a wonderful addition to their growing Christmas collection of books. The complete book of Volkswagen GTI, every model since 1976. Its author, Russell Hayes, has joined us this morning. If it's about motoring, he's probably written about it. He is an award-winning journalist, and we are thrilled to have him made time and given us his company. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you very much. It's been great.
Yeah. Want to come back with some country and western music news next, Lindsay?
I'd love to, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate country kinds. We're going to be talking about that show, The Road. We're going to be talking about Hank Williams Jr. and Shooter Jennings. They're going to pop in there. And Dolly Parton. Don't go anywhere, y'all.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you.
I'm here.
'Cause if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
She is, and so is Jimmy Mack, so take it away, sir.
With the Trump administration cracking down on ELP and the non-domiciled CDLs, there's an important issue at the very center of the conversation: driver training. Lots of folks are doing it right, but too many are not, which is what led our good friends Ashley and Scott to reach out to two friends of this particular show, the CVTA. Its executive director, Andy Polyakoff, and chairman of the board, Jeff Burkhardt, are going to be joining Ashley and Scott to talk entry-level driver training standards, CDL mills, the training provider registry, and much, much more. You can actually hear them on Education Station. You can hear them on Nemo Nation. This is going to be a in-depth conversation with those cats. They left a lot on the table, so don't be surprised if Scott and Ashley pick it up as we head on over after this show to Trucking with OIDA.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, thank you very much. Boys and girls, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate country and western kinds. And on this show we have decided to talk about, we don't talk about a lot of reality TV around here, or competition shows. We hit them here and there, but The Road, I do want to talk about, and my dear friend Kevin Post came over to watch the stupid Cowboys lose with me last night, and we got to talking about the show. He has not watched it yet, but he is a road guy. He's a road warrior. He spent years on the road with Terry Clark, and then with Blake Shelton, and in the Voice House Band, and now on the road with Aaron Lewis. And so he's like, I probably need to watch the show. I said, I think you do, just because it's good conversation. The reason we're going to continue to talk about on the show is twofold. A, because I do like what they're doing. These people are having to sing original music, and there's a 49-year-old on the show. So we're not just doing 18-year-olds who are singing pop cover songs on the show. They actually are getting a little more in-depth and original here. And also, it's called The Road, and who better to know about The Road than our truck driving audience, Jimmy? Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Thank you.
Would you like an hallelujah?
Can I get an hallelujah?
Hallelujah.
Can I get a both kinds?
A both kinds.
Can I get an all kinds?
An all kinds.
And what was cool in the very first episode, I know you and your dad are watching this as well. In the very first episode, as I mentioned last week, they say what one ding dong producer says, kind of in outtakes to Keith Urban. He says, Keith, can you tell me what's hard? Are there hard things about being on the road? And Keith says, are you kidding me? Everything. When you're, and this is where drivers can identify, when you're in your bunk or, driving down the road and realize you're sick and you have a sore throat and you still got to work tonight and you're missing a kid's birthday party and nobody cares. Nobody gives a you-know-what. You just have to keep on doing it. That's what this is about.
That's it. I mean, straight up. I mean, it's and some of the stuff is like, some of it's tough, but some of it's also me going boo-hoo. I won't lie to you.
Yeah, it's equal parts both, because these people are getting to chase a dream outside. There is the one girl who said her husband is, not only did he say it wasn't in their divorce, it was actually when they were married, and he said he was very controlling, and he didn't say you can't move away, but he said you cannot move to Nashville. Essentially, you cannot go pursue your dream.
Brutal, dude. I mean, and the first episode, my dad and I were watching that, and he went, oh my God, he put a poison pill in her agreement. He put a poison pill. He tried to give her Solomon's choice. Pick your kids or Nashville.
Ooh, it's tough. All right, so there's a lot to unpack, and we're not going to give any necessary spoiler alerts in case you choose to watch this. You can. It is streaming. You can watch it. It airs on CBS at 8 p.m. Central every Sunday night. Blake Shelton, Keith Urban are the quote-unquote judges. Gretchen Wilson serves as the tour manager. And three people now have been let go, sent home. And so we're going to talk about a couple things to dive in here. So Billy Joe Jones is on here, Jim. This is annoying to me, I got to say, speaking of sick and the show must go on. She is one to keep an eye on. She's spunky on stage. She has a good voice. But she was, in the first episode, was battling a cold. Drama queen. And now it's talking more. It's like, I'm sick. Nobody cares that your allergies, it's usually an excuse because you're not feeling confident. Who cares? You're sick. You got allergies. Literally nobody cares. Nobody cares. Sing anyway. Do it, just not as good. Nobody cares, especially with a band behind you. They don't know. So nobody cares. The people that talk about, I hated this down on Broadway, and I'd done it before, and I learned the hard way, nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear about it. Just keep singing. Most of the time, people don't know. They're drunk. They don't know. They don't care.
It's worse than that, too. It's like, I got a little cough, but I'll get through it. What it is compliment shopping. Little hero. It's compliment shopping. Oh my God, I got this cough today. I'm not feeling well. I walk out the room now when I hear that kind of nonsense. If I can leave a room, I will, because I got to tell you, how many times over the last 3 weeks have you woke up with a headache?
Okay, I have a headache every day of my life.
Yeah. Okay. And Dre, how many times have you come here with an upset stomach? A couple.
He's pooping right now. Dre is pooping in his chair right now, guys.
doing the show that way. No, but I mean, I'm telling you right now, I am so sick and tired of that. It is like the biggest racket of all time. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe you pulled that off and you weren't feeling well.
Guts.
Oh my God, shut the living hell up.
Well, then she did. There was a tearjerker though, because her grandparents are in the audience for this one episode, and they go back. Her grandparents raised her, and they say her mom. She says that her mom. She says this on stage before she sings her original song. She said her mom is a drug addict, and she said she's only seen her mom twice in her life, and she said she would sit and wait by the window, stare out the window, because mom would say, okay, I'm coming to see her, and she would never show up. And I would have thought she was milking that, except her grandparents that are like 90 and 86 are there. 90, her grandfather's 90 years old, and he is there in the audience. And it does feel heartfelt and true, because you wouldn't say that about his daughter on national TV if it wasn't. So it is a heartfelt moment. She's going to win him over that way probably. But, who knows? We'll go on. So between You've got, like I said, Blake and Blake Shelton, Keith Urban are kind of the judges. Gretchen Wilson, her role as tour manager, road manager, is probably going to start to matter moving on here. You can tell that they trust her. She's giving them advice.
Her notes are great.
Yeah, they're not very in depth, but I'm sure it got cut out. You can also tell that she is probably saying way more. She has earned their trust, and then she probably says something really profound. Production doesn't get it, and they have to get it again, and then now she's having to act, which is not her thing. She's authentic, and she's having to play something not authentic. So that's always tricky.
Really quickly, I do see her, though, that she does see these people for who they are and often tries to encourage them to be the best version of themselves, which I think is really the best note you can give anybody, is not be somebody different. It's like you need to be you. And I remember the in the first episode, the more foot stomping. It was such a simple note, but it was like spot on. And she took it. She took the note and she kicked ass. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, you're right. And then speaking of notes, they start bringing up. So, Keith Urban starts talking to Blake about, they're going kind of back and forth as to why somebody would pick a cover song, because in this new episode they do one cover and one original, and the whole thing comes out of, like, Urban shares that when he's doing covers, he won't pick a song that he just because he likes it. He says it has to get the crowd on his side. If you're if you're just wanting to do some covers on your Instagram or in your backyard, it's different. But if you've got to get the crowd on your side, because the crowd is actually voting on their phones, they're in the audience. This isn't, we can't vote as watchers here at home.
Which I love.
Crowd, yeah, it's cool. Crowd at a bar there, and it's like, did I want to stay at the bar? A great song can be a great song. That doesn't mean it's right for a Keith Urban audience that's ready to party. And so to Keith's point, he says, I would pick the cover that's the showstopper and then come back with your intellectual or your emotional original and win them over there. And so one of the poor girls that sings Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys, and then also sings another just kind of westerny, slow down home original, you're not going to win them over that way.
It is, and this is what I really wanted to talk about, and this is something beyond just because my Little Hero candidate is great. She actually knows how to read a room.
Billy Joe Jones.
Billy Joe Jones knows how to read a room. She knows what she's doing.
Yep.
I just think that stuff's a little bit too much. That being said, I wanted to get up on stage and strangle her when she sang Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys. But what made me angrier was her assertion. I really got out my comfort zone. I'm like, how? You picked a song that absolutely is in the genre that you are most comfortable in, and you put the audience to sleep. You didn't bring down the house. I mean, they're literally begging you, bring down the house. You are a warm-up act. You are a pitch man for the next person coming on. And it's like, I swear to God, it's like in the first episode, I'm going to play a song about the white man and make people really uncomfortable in the house. What happened? What went wrong? And it's like, dude, I got to tell you, the insistence on not taking notes.
That was a Native American guy that sang that, by the way.
Yeah, it was just ridiculous. It was a beautiful song. Okay, great. But it's like, dude, they're here to drink in a small, intimate, kick-ass and take names house.
Well, and you text me asking about arrangements, and there's a certain piece of how assertive, how confident is the artist, because they walk in with that band. I'm guessing that band, they're Nashville Cats. And you walk into that, or maybe Texas, but probably Nashville Cats. And you walk in that band, I'll tell you what, the first time I walked on the stage at Tootsie's in the back room in Nashville, I'll never, ever, ever forget it. This old man named Greg, who's no longer with us, was the band leader, and he'd been sitting on that stage for 30 years. And you walked up and you get your first shot, and he says, "What do you want to sing?" And I was like, "Walking After Midnight." And he goes, "What key do you do it in?" I didn't know. He's like, "What key and tempo?" And I was like, I don't know. And I waited too long, and they're like, "Hit it, we'll do it in D, go." And they just started playing, and I was like, "Oh my God." And then I came back the next time, and I remember saying, "Walking After Midnight, key of C." And they're like, "Okay, we did it." And then by the next time, I was like, "Here for the party, key of D. I want it on a tempo." And you realize you have to command it, or they will trample you. They will do whatever comes naturally. They'll play it just like the record. And that's what they did. They played Mama's just like the record. She didn't get a chance to stand out and shine. So I'm guessing she came in very unconfident behind it. Anyway, keep up with the show. It's fun to watch, again, because I said they are doing original music. I do know a couple of these people. The 49-year-old
he's going to win it. He's going to win it.
Either him or probably the girl Cassidy. I think one of the two, because she's not likable though. She's kind of weird and quirky, but not in a great way. But she's the best female singer on it. She's got personality. She's different. She's been playing here in Nashville for a while. Those two to me are the top two.
And by the way, everybody listening right now, if you get a chance to check it out, it's on Paramount streaming. Just to let you guys know, when you see Channing Wilson, if you guys out there aren't rooting for him, then I don't know what profession you work in, because he's your people. He's your people. Channing Wilson is your people, and everybody, even in the show, agrees. The contestants are like, "Oh my God, this is like the real deal." And by the way, he's got a couple of really great hits under his belt already. Go on. We're done with that.
Thank you. We're down to 9 people. So keep on watching. Keep on talking about it. We'll keep on talking about it. Okay, Jake Owen. I don't know if you know Jake Owen. He's a barefoot blue jean knight. He sings some beachin' songs.
I do know him, by the way. I do know Jake Owen.
Okay. Sings some beachin' songs. I kind of like this, Jim. He likes to compare changing record labels to free agency in professional sports. And so he says, he says for a very long time, and then you'll be moved to a new team for a short time. You kind of bounce around. Sometimes you're independent and you're free agent. So when he left his last label, the phone wasn't ringing, Jim. And, that in the old days would have been a very, very scary place. That's still a scary place today. However, there are a lot more avenues to make your way today, especially if you already have some notoriety like he does, but try putting yourself in his place. He's 44. He's already been doing this for 2 decades. He's been on Billboard. He's had hits. He's headlined tours and festivals, etc. But for all that to happen and then the phone not be ringing is a really interesting thing. And I compare it to, Jim, speaking of performance shows or competition shows, Julie Roberts, who is a friend of mine, she had that song, "Sure Hate to Break Down Here." It was a #1. It was great. And then she lost her record label. She went on The Voice, Jim, couple years ago, after not having a deal for a long time, after the phone not ringing for a long time, and she went on The Voice, and I'll never forget it. Nobody turned their chair around for her, and this is when it was Blake Shelton, I forget who else. No chairs got turned around.
Wow.
And then so to finish the song, and then they all turned around, and I'll never forget Blake Shelton, who knows her, and they played shows together. He turned around and he saw her, and he was like, "Oh my God, it's you. Shoot, how did I not know that? I did not turn my chair around." But that was a devastating moment. So when you're in that place and it's happening and you got to figure out, how do I reinvent myself? I'm so curious to hear this album that comes out Friday, because what happened, Jim, is he said Jake Owen said the last couple of years he's had another separation, and he's just from a label. He's just been like the single guy with no team, no record deal. He said, "I felt like I had to get high so I didn't cry." That's a Hank Williams reference that we'll talk about more in a minute. And he said during this emotional crisis, he saw Shooter Jennings, who by the way is going to be on We Should Write. He saw a post from Shooter Jennings on Instagram, and he thought, he said, I assumed Shooter Jennings wouldn't care about a guy like me, just the guy that writes the beachin' silly songs. He said, but I said, you know what, I'm gonna just comment on it and we'll see what happens. So he commented on a Shooter Jennings post and he said, "Hey, when are you gonna make my record?" And he said within a day he got a DM and then a phone call from Shooter Jennings. And he said that he said, "I got this feeling from Shooter and that we were going to do something." And Shooter was like, "Dude, I think you're awesome, but I can't understand why you haven't made an album of the songs that you sit on Instagram with your guitar and play." Because Jake would go on and play some old school country songs and traditional stuff, but he had never put out any music like that. So fast forward, there's a lot of details in here, but essentially they get together. They've made this record now, and they made it amidst going out to Shooter has a studio out in LA, but all the wildfires were happening, and they end up finding a way to make this record. It's called Dreams to Dream. It comes out this Friday. It's filled with originals inspired by life and quote unquote traditional, that might not be the right word, but some old school country music. It's not bro country. It's not beachin' music. And he says that he's just, these songs have been waiting to get made, have been weighing on him. Shooter's the one that made it happen. And after all, Hank's big pivot was produced by Richie Albright and Waylon Jennings. So some of these outlaw country people like Shooter's inspired by his father, the king of outlaw country. When you see these, I bet this is going to be a whole kind of new genre, because it's like if Shooter Jennings and Jake Owen had a baby is what this output's going to be. I'm excited to hear it comes out Friday, Jim.
Well, I mean, I love, and I've been thinking about this since she sent me the story. I love the idea of, and I'm going to use a tennis analogy. It's Andre Agassi reaching out to Brad Gilbert and just being like, "Hey, I'm stuck, and there's something about what you have to offer me that I kind of want to take advantage of, and I'm actually humbling myself." It's an act of for all of the braggadocio of when you're going to do my album. There's an act of humility there too. There's an act of I'm in a place where I need to kind of take another step forward, and I'm looking to you as somebody who can maybe get me there. And I got to tell you, and Lindsay, this is a mantra of mine, and it's been one that has been haunting me the last couple of years. Ask for help. Ask people for help. Ask people who have gifts and talents. Man, there is no greater gift you can give somebody than telling them, "I think you're amazing. Help me." And mean it. Help me. This isn't like give me a contact. Nothing's more disgusting than I really don't care about you, but you've got contacts. As opposed,
just help. People want to help. And I think what's cool about this is he says this is interesting too, Jim. He says this is not a reinvention.
Right.
As much as it's an acknowledgement that we all grow old. He said, I'm 44 now, and I want to be singing more mature music that his fans have grown with him, and they've probably grown too. And I think that's interesting. It's got, Feeling Better is a cover they're doing. It's a Hank Williams Jr. cut that they're putting their spin on. He's smart. He's pivoting.
Pivot.
But he's not reinventing, and that's what's cool. He's growing and maturing with himself and with his fans. So I'm excited to hear it. I hope it hits the mark that I hope and think it's going to. That's kind of its own little genre. We'll see. Mike, my good friend Mike Reagan, who works at the tour bus company.
One of the best people in the world. One of the most generous, supportive people I've ever met in my life, and I barely know the guy.
He's wonderful, and he's Jake Owen's bus driver for years and years. And I only bring that up because it was cool to me. Mike got married several years ago, and Jake came to the wedding. And they weren't like, he was his bus driver. It's not like they hang out every day. But Jake came to the wedding. Now, mind you, Jake came to the wedding in this crazy plaid, bright colors, pink and green suit.
It's all about
as
me.
to stand out, and made quite a scene. And of course, do you want me to perform? Anyway, but he was there. He was supportive. He did perform, and it was cool. I think this record's going to be cool. Excited to hear it. It's called Dreams to Dream. Comes out Friday. More about that coming up. All right, Jim, this story's for you. So Kenny Chesney, he's tipping his hat to his mom. The country superstar, he's 57 now. He says that, yes, while he inherited his love of sports and his discipline from his father, he also got the love of the ocean, the love of the sunlight, the love of music, and the love from his mother. His mother, Karen, was a local hairdresser
and a looker
during his childhood. He said, "My mom, a hairdresser," again, stress that. Said she went to beauty school. And I was the guinea pig for her for how to do everything, like how to work on hair. He was her guinea pig. He said, "I'd go to school smelling like all these chemicals." And he said, which I find funny, he said to the point where his hair actually started falling out in clumps. Not blaming your mom, but kind of blaming your mom here.
I mean, blaming your mom. If it's falling out in clumps, that's not how people go bald. If your hair's falling out in clumps, somebody did something to it. Somebody damaged something.
Somebody damaged something. He said that when he got older and he was playing high school football, he said he'd take his helmet off and he'd see all this hair in the helmet.
Yeah, thanks, Mom.
Freak out.
Thanks, Mom. We love her. She's a looker and she's a cooker and she's a stylist. That's all great, but she cooked his hair.
Well, he says, and you'll appreciate this, Jim, because I asked you yesterday when you started losing your hair around in your 20s?
Late 20s, around 26, 27, you begin to really see the mission creep happening there.
Well, he says that he's happy for it now. He says because he's been dealing with it all his life, and he said he has friends now. He's 57. Friends now around his age that are losing their hair, and they're all freaking out. And he's like, guys, it's been happening forever. Why do you care?
Bruce Willis had that thing lit. God bless him, man. What are you talking about, dude? Bruce Willis. That's all I got to say.
Lean in. I like the guys that lean in.
Yeah. Do it.
Lean
in. Shave it. Get rid of that stuff.
Chesney says he was 19 years old while actively dealing with the hair loss, but he said having that experience earlier has given him, it's quite an advantage now. He doesn't freak out. It is what it is. But still, I mean, for a teenager, he says that, that was at the time was socially traumatic. But just a few years after going through that, he said, I was the guy in the corner playing music, and that changed my life. I was the bald music guy, and so everything's fine. Kenny Chesney, he does remain close. Thank you for taking your hat off, leaning in, Jim. Thank you. He is still close with his mother, guys. Don't worry. He also credits her for inspiring his love of the feel-good music that we all love today. My mom is great. He says she hates when I tell this story because she denies it, but I'm convinced that that's what it was.
I blame my mom as well, by the way.
Why?
Well, you get male pattern baldness from your mom's dad.
Oh, okay.
By the way, I will say this, though, and I tell people all the time, when I'm at the absolutely perfect weight for me, like with peak shape, which is about 184 pounds, if I get to that moment, I am, as my mom said, oh, my God, you're the spitting image of my dad. I look just like my grandfather, and that's company I would want to keep. Full stop.
Keep on keeping on.
Keeping on, keeping on.
Kenny's got a book that just came out, actually. Or no, was today the 4th?
Yeah,
it comes out today.
Yeah, it's
Bald today.
Bald is Beautiful, the Kenny Chesney solar panel. Yeah.
That's not what it's called. It's called Heart Life Music. It comes out today.
Bald Life Music?
Heart Life Music comes out today. Kenny Chesney is also kicking off a 10-stop Heart Life Music book tour. They kicked off a couple days ago in Johnson City, Tennessee. Maybe we can get him on We Should Write.
You should actually, by the way. Speaking of having hair, yours is beautiful, by the way. I love your hair.
Thank you.
It's pretty terrific. It's it's up there with Dre's. If you're competing with Dre for hair, you're in good company. I got to tell you, man. You've got some great.
He's hotter than me. He's sexy. He's Jesus-ier than me.
I'm taller than you. That's
yes, you are.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Climb you like a tree. Okay, moving on. Dolly Parton, the one and
Dolly!
only, our favorite Dolly. She is sharing an exciting update. Not dead, going strong still, about her new Song Teller Hotel, which is so cool. She revealed her Nashville hotel. It's officially accepting reservations. Yes, you can stay there ahead of its grand opening, which as of now is slated to open in June of 2026, Jim. I'm guessing that is when they're trying to open because that is when CMA Fest, the biggest week in Nashville and Music City, happens. I'm guessing they're trying to open for that. Fans can also start booking pre-sale tickets for her new museum, which is called Dolly's Life of Many Colors. That will be located on the third floor of the hotel. Very cool. She shared this on Instagram this week. She said, well, hey, it's Dolly. Today I'm excited to share some big news with you about my brand new Song Teller Hotel and Life of Many Colors Museum right here in downtown Nashville. I will be checking it out. I can't wait. Both the hotel and the museum are meant to give guests these two unique ways to experience the stories behind Dolly's life and music. It will feature 245 uniquely designed rooms and suites. So they're all supposed to be a bit different, Jim. That's a big feat for a hotel.
It made me think about something, actually, back to Greg Prado. And I want to recommend that if you actually want to make any money in music, actually open up a venue. Then you control the venue and it doesn't go to the venue. Keep all the merch money, by the way.
Play there every night.
I am really excited for this because everything she does right. I was thinking about doing a segment, just making a comment on every country western music news. And this just in, Dolly Parton is still alive. But I don't want to jinx anything. I just am going to leave that alone. I'm not going to do that. But it's just good to hear that not only is she alive and well, she's got big plans and groundbreakings coming. Outstanding.
Big plans. She says that the hotel is her love letter to the city of Nashville, which I think it sounds very
Of course
cute.
it is. Of course it is.
The museum is spread out, of course, over 20,000 square feet on the entire third floor of the hotel's museum. It's the largest exhibition dedicated to Dolly Parton to date. Well, sure, because she put it together herself. Why not? And the museum, she says, this is a place where folks can see my journey through my own eyes. Every color, every story, and every dream that brought me here. I cannot wait to welcome visitors around the world in Nashville to share in my life of many colors. That will be cool. I'm going to have to do a girls' night and stay there. Okay, guys. Guys.
And there are bookings available in 2027. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. It'll open in 2026, but actually open in 2027. You can check it out. Just Google Dolly's Nashville Hotel. You'll find it there. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Coming up next is Trucking with Owida, the best produced show
the best pre-produced.
The best pre-produced show in trucking and transpo. Period. This is the best lightly produced.
Sprinkled. sprinkled seasoned. Basically, what Dre does, he actually acts as a maestro of mayhem. It's like, we can go this way, don't go this way. Okay, there's the guardrails. You're off them. You've gone into a ditch.
Maestro of mayhem. Hey, I want to say real quick, if you don't mind, before we run out of time here. Speaking of shows that come on after this show, tomorrow will be a new live episode of We Should Write. And Jim, once again, a completely different perspective. After I read this book, my mind was blown. The woman joining me, Amy Daughters, who, by the way, her publicist reached out for her to be on the show, which warms my heart so much. She, years ago, the quick overview, years ago, had not been on Facebook or not done MySpace or any of that. Ended up joining per a friend kind of pushing her to do so. And she ended up seeing somebody that she grew up with whose son was battling cancer at St. Jude. So she reached out, she sent a letter. The son unfortunately passed away, but she kept sending letters, and one day actually got a letter back. They became pen pals, and she said it changed her life. And she realized, wow, if that could change my life with one reach out or connection, what else could I do? She wrote all 580 of her Facebook friends a handwritten letter, and these letters are in this book, and it has changed her life. This speaks so much to the power of writing, both for social media and for throwback, like to camp, handwritten letters to your parents back home for camp. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the power of a handwritten letter and what it does for connection and our society and what it can do to change your life. That'll be We Should Write tomorrow live. Don't miss it. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next is Trucking with Owida. This is Road Gang Radio. We'll be back tomorrow, as we always are, whether you like it or not.
Stick around for Jeff Burkhardt and Andy Polyakoff. We'll be right back with those guys.
Y'all get home safe. That's the name of the game. If we can help get you there, that makes us happy. Have the best day.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both in home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
We are going to go after the CDL mills that are issuing licenses across the country.
And as the administrator of FMCSA, I want to make this perfectly clear to the driver training schools. If you are not following the rules and you're not doing the things that you're supposed to be doing, we're going to ensure that we put you out of business. We're going to come after you.
That was Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, followed by FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars in a news conference last week, talking about the so-called CDL mills that churn out CDLs to unqualified drivers with little to no regard for safety standards. It's a commitment to driver training standards from the USDOT that, frankly, we haven't really seen before. One group, of course, cheering the move is OOIDA, which has long advocated for increased driver training standards. Another is the Commercial Vehicle Training Association. And with the conversations around driver training heating up, we thought it might be a good idea to bring in Andrew Polyakoff and Jeff Burkhardt. Andrew is Executive Director of CVTA, again, the Commercial Vehicle Training Association. Jeff is Chairman of the board, and both agree that the momentum we're seeing right now is long overdue. Let's get to it. So Andrew, Jeff, thanks for joining us. Lots to talk about. I almost don't know where to start here, but let's start with a simple one. And Andrew, we'll start with you here. First and foremost, for those who may not be familiar with what the Commercial Vehicle Training Association is, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yes, indeed. Thanks so much for having us on. Really appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. So my name is Andrew Polikoff. I'm the Executive Director of the Commercial Vehicle Training Association, CVTA. We're the largest association of professional truck driver training programs in the United States. We have members in 46 states that, with around 400 locations all over the nation, that train over 100,000 entry-level drivers each year. So really focused, as we have been on, coming up on our 30th anniversary, we've been focused for decades on, creating greater opportunities in the trucking industry for new drivers and on safety. Those two goals, work in tandem.
Yeah. And Jeff, you're the chairman of the board for CVTA. That's not your day job, though. I know you do something else, right?
Yes, thank you also, Scott, for having me on. My name is Jeff Burkhart. I am the chairman of the board, a privileged position to hold that for the CVTA. My day job, so to speak, perfectly described by you. I'm the senior director of operations for the commercial driver training program for Ancora Education and Ancora Training, which is a vertical under the same umbrella. So just real quick, we are a post-secondary institution of higher education. We're based in Arlington, Texas. We have multiple ground campuses that have CDL, entry-level driver training, as one of our programs to offer. And then we have within Ancora Training our service provider vertical, if you will, to where we're contracted ELDT providers for certain entities, community colleges, businesses, et cetera, and many locations across the country, probably about 100.
Yeah. And you guys are busy these days. And one of the reasons we reached out to you is all the conversations of late about non-domiciled CDLs, English language proficiency. It's kind of leading us down a path to looking at where training requirements are right now, training standards, licensing standards, so on and so forth. OIDA has recently really been ringing this bell and trying to get some attention on the issue because it does feel like we have some momentum on it here. You both are obviously uniquely qualified to talk about this. I want to start here with kind of a big picture question, if we could. And this is a loaded question, so, I'll just kind of preface it by saying that. But, Jeff, we can start with you here. When you look at the current state of commercial vehicle driver training in the United States, where are we? And are we close to where you would like to see us be? So I'm asking you basically the current state of things as you see it.
Boy, that is a big question, but you're right, Scott. It's absolutely pertinent. Not to go through a deep dive of entire history, but as far as entry-level driver training requirements, those were originally supposed to be implemented in February of 2020, and they were implemented almost 4 years ago now in 2022. But long story short, the FMCSA, and after, negotiating rulemaking and all the other, machinations that are involved with producing these types of things, they came out with a regulated program and the requirements. So our schools and all of those that are members of the CVTA, we were prepared then. We were prepared in 2022, and we've been compliantly executing those requirements ever since. So in that regard, in terms of the question, we are in a good position. But that is predicated on the good actors, which is a term that's been floating around, bad actors, good actors. Mm-hmm. Let's just cut to the chase. The folks that are doing it right, the training providers that are doing it right, and I don't use schools necessarily in that term. I intentionally use training providers on the training provider registry. We're doing it right. Our focus now is pretty much in line with what we've been hearing from the FMCSA lately, and we've been pushing this for quite a while, not just in 2025. This has been ongoing since 2022 when we realized there were gaps in the enforcement of the training provider registry. Our focus is on enforcement of the existing regulations that are pretty tight. They account for state certifications. They have, you need to be compliant to the ELDT regulations that are all clearly stated. There's a proliferation of bad actors that are on the training provider registry that by definition are not doing what they're supposed to do. And I think that if the enforcement of that will go a super long way in cleaning up the industry, the training sector, I'll call it, and make sure that the compliant folks are able to do what we've continued to do all along, and those who are circumventing the regulations and the fly-by-nighters and the substandard training, quote-unquote, providers, they need to go by the wayside. They need to be held accountable and not be in business any longer.
That's what was so exciting, frankly, about yesterday's press conference with Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bars, the new administrator of the FMCSA. Really strong language, really for the first time coming out of FMCSA and USDOT. I think it's from the perspective of all of the folks that have been doing hard work in the CVTA community, and especially, CVTA convened this ELDT task force really right as ELDT became enforceable federal law in February of 2022, and saying, like, wait, we're seeing a proliferation of bad actors, and we're not seeing enforcement. And we have been banging that drum for greater enforcement for years now. It was extremely validating yesterday to hear Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bars, talking and elevating the importance of ELDT enforcement onto that national stage. I mean, we have great partners at the FMCSA that we've been working diligently with, for years, but it has not hit the urgency pitch that we had wanted. And it's in that space now. And, I think it's sort of tragically it's in that space because of what you mentioned earlier, Scott, these, the notable things that have led us to the non-domicile CDL, interim final rule, and some of these other changes. But, I think from CVTA's perspective, although there are all of these, there's always the possibility for this system to be working correctly. That's the positive. The negative is that it hasn't. But I think we're excited to see that we're in a place now where, the urgency and enforcement is hopefully going to pick up, and we look forward to, at CVTA, as we always been, to leading that charge.
Yeah, and you guys have been at this longer than I have, but when I hear the FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars in that news conference, essentially, and it's not even essentially, he sent a warning to these so-called CDL mills, telling them, if they're not following the rules, they're going to get shut down. Secretary Duffy, had some strong language too, and basically saying that, if you're not following the rules with training standards, you're going to face some consequences here. Again, you guys have been at this longer than I have, but Andrew, I can't recall a time where we've had such high-ranking officials come out and explicitly say that this is going to be a focus, that we are going to try and clean up this situation that's out there that a lot of people are taking advantage of. For someone like you guys and all of your training schools doing things the right way, I would imagine that's it's refreshing to hear that from someone at that level.
Refreshing, frankly, would just be an understatement.
Yeah,
I mean, to see if I had not experienced the last couple of months in person, I would think I was almost sort of dreaming to see the Secretary of Transportation and the administrator having a joint press conference where ELDT was the focus and where statements like, quote, "we're going to come after you," end quote, were what were being said. I mean, it just was extraordinarily validating. And, there's the side of this where it's like you have eager folks who want this to believe in this dream of becoming a trucker and want to take this on as a career. And they're going and finding these just places that these training providers that just absolutely pervert that goal. 2-day training, 3-day training.
Yeah.
But if you've never encountered this industry before, you don't know that 3-day training is this, aberration.
That's
you
insane.
Don't know.
It's
and
insane if you just think about it for a second. It's insane just to realize there are schools that are claiming that and doing that.
Yeah. And there you can find them online right now. And these are just the ones that are brazen enough to even say 3-day training. But that doesn't mean that there isn't just this entire segment of folks that are doing that and intelligent enough to not telegraph it. But it's an extraordinary moment. There's still plenty of work that needs to be done. It's sort of the devil in the details there, and we can get into that in greater detail. But, it's extraordinary.
Jeff, I imagine your reaction was pretty much the same.
Oh, absolutely. We obviously these last 10 months, for a whole host of reasons, has seen unprecedented activities across the federal government. But speaking specifically about our sector of transportation and training, very strong words yesterday, and I really love the fact that they were honing in on It's important to know these are existing regulations. English language proficiency was not new, as just one example. So whereas some people may have some trepidation or think that the wholesale changes are needed, that is not the case here. Simply enforcing existing regulations and getting tough in the areas and on the people and the companies that deserved a little bit of toughness, to be frank with you, Scott. So, I was fully welcome the messaging that came from the Secretary and the Administrator yesterday.
And Jeff, we have these discussions from time to time with tow companies or brokers, who are doing things the right way. And the honest ones will tell us all the time that they do want enforcement of these regulations, obviously looking at different ones for those sectors, but they want enforcement. They want stronger regulations in effect because, and you both mentioned that phrase there, bad actors. The bad actors in the industry are impacting them, the honest ones, in a negative way as well. I imagine, Jeff, that resonates with you because, again, you both brought up this bad actor aspect of this, and there are a lot of them out there that are doing harm to pretty much everybody across the board.
Absolutely, and that is one of the many unfortunate consequences of this entire discussion. The folks that are doing it right, the owner-operators, independent drivers, the company drivers, the company's employers themselves, the training schools, everybody that's doing it right are doing so for the greater good. Not just for the business, that is true, but it is because it's in the spirit of ELDT. And that what I mean by that is to have safe and compliant drivers on the nation's roads. And whenever we have these tragedies and other things and some of the bluster that may go along with them, then it casts a shadow. And that is something that we are keenly aware of, and we want to make sure that we approach this in parallel. We not only want to defend and advocate and push for enforcement of existing regulations, but just as importantly, we want to make sure that the message doesn't somehow get lost that is trucking really, for me, type of a question. We all experienced some very positive press, so to speak, during COVID. We all knew that this was an essential job and it's a fantastic career to be involved in, whether you be a company driver or you're an owner-operator and you're out there and doing your thing. We know it's a fantastic career, but we also definitely are cognizant to where some of these bad stories can cast a shadow. So we're definitely pushing to make sure that does not get lost in the shuffle here. Let's keep these things separate. This is obviously, certainly, a high demand and very, very rewarding career path to follow. But we need to enforce it. We need to enforce the regulations that are on the books so that it will continue to be that way with the next generation of drivers that come up, as well as the existing drivers that are out there that should be protected and not be cast in a bad light just because of the bad actors.
Yeah. Let's talk entry-level driver training standards and kind of about how we got here. Speaking of loaded questions, I think that's probably one as well. But Andrew, I believe you have set a minimum standard for your members requiring that they provide at least 30 hours of behind-the-wheel training. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, speaking of insanity, it is insane to me that is not a requirement across the board. Why do you do that there at CVTA? Because, again, that kind of goes above and beyond what the rules and regulations are calling for.
Well, so a lot of what we do at CVTA, in order to become a member, you need to go through our oversight committee, right? And so organizations are evaluated on a host of criteria, right? You're talking about their curriculum, all of their activities. I mean, we conduct interviews with these folks before they become school members, right? And so that's simply one of the data points that we've examined and sort of has grown over time through an understanding of what really has been a part of this safe and high quality training. But I think when we look at why that's not in the final rule, that's probably something that is up for discussion. I think when we look at changes to ELDT and why we have not really pressed for any changes to ELDT, we look at this sort of, and we've all sort of alluded to it, this tortured history of what it took to get from congressional statutory action to create ELDT into the final rule. Like this was, ELDT began to take shape in 2012 as part of MAP 21, that transportation bill. Then some years later, you have the FAST Act in 2015, which says, hey, FMCSA, no, really do this, right? And it's not until, essentially 10 years after that you get the LTAC convening, right? And then 6 years after that you get, the actual enforceable law. So I think it's, we do that for the purpose of evaluating that along other data points. And I think, people have pushed for that. I know we've had great conversations. We've worked together, trying to, support anything that will get this law enforced properly. We've worked with, our good friends at OIDA on that as well. But it's really, I think, critical that, we're looking at that as congressional action. And no offense to any congressional staffers or anyone else listening, but, congressional action in the regulatory space is, I think, from an oversight perspective, super, super important. In terms of going back to the rule itself, not something that we're targeting immediately.
Yeah. Jeff, can we talk about the behind-the-wheel training a little bit? Because, again, you putting that standard in place for your members, I think, is important in that it, is essentially making sure that folks who are behind the wheel, on our public roadways have been given the proper training. Can you talk a little bit about the training aspect of this and how important that is for someone who is going to be out there with a CDL to, actually have been given the training behind the wheel like that?
Certainly. As far as ELDT goes and the formal requirements of it, we're fully embraced all of those in the theory component. We're talking about all those subjects, that everything from regulations to, driving conditions and the importance of a number of subjects. When we get to the behind-the-wheel component, that's where we're focused on how to inspect, back, and drive a CMV. In other words, as training providers, the primary goal is to teach students how to do those three things effectively and safely so that they can pass the skills test. So it's kind of the definition of entry-level driver training. But I think it's also important to note, Scott, that our schools, and I can speak for many, many schools, certainly the good actors, it's not just limited to those three things, how to inspect, back, and drive. Those are the components of a skills test. We introduce them to real-life scenarios. In other words, we do not constrain ourselves just to going around in circles on a giant, training range. We are in the environment where these drivers are eventually going to be, earning their livelihood. We're training on back roads, we're rural, highway, interstate, city. We're going through truck stops and rest areas and way stations. In other words, we can meet the requirements of ELDT, which are minimum, but we can also do that while introducing them to real-world applications because we feel that is the responsible thing to do. It provides for a better learning environment. It's real life. It best prepares those students for the real-life applications once they're out there behind the wheel themselves and in scenarios they can find themselves in. So I think the behind the wheel training, it should incorporate all of that. And that is certainly, what we do. And I'm speaking for the compliant ones and the properly operated schools.
Andrew, I think you pinpointed part of the problem earlier when you talked about the legislative process and just how long it takes for things like ELDT to actually go into effect. That timeline that you mentioned there was more than 10 years, I think. So it takes time, and that's the frustrating thing about the legislative process, generally speaking. But when you look at the training standards as they stand right now, and again, we're talking minimum training standards, and when you look at what you are doing now and what your members are doing, there's a divide there because you're going above and beyond. Would you like to see those requirements, boosted, the minimum requirements boosted to where they are closer to what you all are doing? Would you like to see them go even further? I guess if you were the czar of this and, we gave you a magic wand or whatever, what would that look like?
The ELDT czar?
The ELDT czar. I like it.
A special hat?
We'll give you a special hat. We'll let you design it and everything. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, look, I think it's really difficult to look that far down the road. And it's really 14 years to be exact, right, from MAP 21 to where we are. And I think it's a fair question. I think, any living, breathing community, CVTA is a community of, individuals that all come together for great training. And we want to support great training, wherever that is, right? But I think from our perspective, we have, and our task force and the whole community has just been hyper-focused on, avoiding anything that's going to, I'll say it plainly, right? We have avoided attempting to do things that would require, laborious long-term rulemakings even in the regulatory space. So the idea of creating something that's a congressional fix, oh boy, I'm going to need a time machine to benefit from that. You know what I mean? So we're so hyper-focused on that. It's difficult to say, how do we, when we have, board meetings and calls and all these things, and somebody starts talking about changing ELDT, statutorily with Congress, I'm like, no. Let's just rein this back in.
Yeah. Jeff, Andrew has been term limited out for ELDT czar. Right. You're taking over.
Right. Okay.
What's on your wish list?
Termed out.
He's
My wish
term
list,
limited. Yep.
I think it's term limited. Well, it's number one, it's going to be enforcement, and that's got to happen right away. If I were to use a football analogy, I don't think it's okay to be thinking about your goal line offense, but whenever you're back behind your own 20 right after the kickoff, I think we need to face what's right in front of us first. So if I were the ELDT, czar, FMCSA czar, I would basically align myself almost with what was said yesterday, and that is enforcement first and foremost. Now, running parallel with that does not mean that I would accept that everything that's currently in place is evergreen and it is the best way to go. As with any particular subject or sector, there is some fluidity. Conditions change. Some things happen that were discovered post-inception or post-implementation of a particular product. And when we're talking about federal level government, well, that's an understatement in terms of discoverables after implementation. So I think it's healthy to have the specific stakeholders be involved in any particular subject. So it'd be similar to whenever ELDT was first, devised years ago. And then take a holistic look at everything that is within. AMBA very recently changed the skills test.
Yeah.
For them, it was science-based. It was through analysis of causation and accidents and things like that. So they made changes to the skills test. And those changes have been in place, the original test has been in place for many years. So that's just one example of how conditions change, data and things of that nature, research changes. And then, by virtue of that, it should be reviewed.
What about
Jeff? That data?
Oh, go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
One thing I'd say super quickly is, that's why we've been, I think the data is important there. And one of the first things we said to FMCSA about this is hey, we understand, and I don't know if they're doing it anymore, if it's been sort of timed out for a bit. I hope they start it back up. But, doing research on, ELDT training outcomes, that's going to be important information. But if you have thousands upon thousands of, bad actors in the system producing bad data, you need to omit that before you can do any research of any note. Anyway, I'm sorry I stepped on Jeff or your next
No. I was just going to ask you real quick, again, with just kind of putting a bow on this czar thing, just real quick, if you were to set minimum requirements for behind the wheel training, what would that look like? And you don't have to give a very long answer necessarily, but Andrew, what would that look like for you if you could set the minimum?
It's a difficult question to answer, I think, with what we're focused on right now in terms of enforcement.
Yeah. Okay. Jeff, do you have a countering thought or a thought on that?
For me, I would like to incorporate the modernized skills test because some of those maneuvers there are not currently in the behind the wheel requirements. So I think it would fall in line. I think we should retain the ones that are currently there in terms of those backing maneuvers as well as on the road. But I think we should incorporate the modernized skills test because we're talking about the here and now. And I think that we need to be a little bit more nimble. When I say we, I'm actually referring to the federal government, the FMCSA in this case, and be a little bit more nimble in terms of making adjustments for those topics that have, a lot of research and a lot of quantified data behind them. And that's just one example there.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Tuesday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
And we are speaking with Andrew Poliakoff and Jeff Burkhart of CVTA, the Commercial Vehicle Training Association. Speaking of momentum, OOIDA has been calling on FMCSA to utilize a training provider registry to remove bad actors. I know this is something that you all have been calling on FMCSA to kind of clamp down on as well. And we've actually seen the agency, again, looking at momentum here, we've seen the agency do a little bit more of this in recent days. Jeff, with regard to the training provider registry, can you explain your concerns there, recommendations? What are you seeing there that raises alarm bells for you?
For me, it is I'll call it a low threshold for acceptance. And what I mean by that, Scott, is that it is a self-certification model. Now, I will quickly say that, for the bad actors, by definition, they're not going to be too concerned with the penalties and consequences and all the attestations that any training provider must make on the website whenever they want to have their location or their school added to the training provider registry. Enforcement, and yes, I'm being totally redundant because it's applicable here. If everything that has faced a training provider that wants to be out on that TPR were enforced, that in and of itself is going to eliminate a vast majority of the bad actors. So, again, enforcement is the word of the day, and for the CVTA, it's been the word for years, for that matter. The other part, though, is, yes, we have seen some activities on the TPR. To date, there's been 247 training providers removed from the TPR. Well, you got to keep that into perspective. That's out of thousands, tens of thousands of training providers that are currently on that training provider registry, and a lot of those, a majority of them, in fact, train publicly. They train the public consumer. These are not all just employer-based internal training programs. So that is of great concern. Consumers are getting fleeced. They're getting substandard training. My schools and many within the CVTA, we have enrolled people who have literally come from a bad actor so that they can receive proper training and go get their skills test and move on to the career path that they want to. So for me, those are the main concerns. And of those 247 that have been removed, Scott, I think it's also important to dig a little bit deeper. Mm-hmm. A lot of those are voluntary removals. A lot of those are going to be just by virtue of administrative. You have schools training providers that are just no longer in business, or they're just no longer doing any training, either or. And so their recertification lapses by virtue of them not doing it any longer.
Yeah.
Well, that nobody should be hanging their hat or, with all due respect, patting themselves on the back too much for that. That is just an incidental removal. We want true enforcement. Go after the bad actors. A majority of the states already regulate CDL training providers within their state. And just by virtue of that, I dare say that there's already a finite data set, a list of approved training providers within a given state that could simply be the cross-reference point as far as who should be on the TPR. So again, it all revolves around enforcement as far as I'm concerned, Scott.
That's what got CVTA's task force so animated, I think, especially into 2023. We had leveraged a lot of relationships, not leveraged, but we had done a lot of outreach to these state driver's license agencies, the SDLAs, saying, hey, ELDT is coming, state partners, we're going to need you to, really have a line of communication to FMCSA. FMCSA is going to be ready to remove these bad actors when you report them. If they're not licensed in your state or if they're up to no good, you states are the first line of defense. And then we leveraged all of that activity and advocacy to the SDLAs, and the SDLAs were ready to go and started, reporting these bad actors and unlicensed entities to the FMCSA, and crickets, just full on crickets. And so the states are going, it's not like we're walking around here with tons of bandwidth to do this anyway. So on to the next thing. Right. And we've had some extraordinary partners in the state space. Big shout out to Pennsylvania. I mean, look, Pennsylvania has been, you want to talk about having the receipts. I mean, we are, aware of communications that they have with FMCSA saying like, hey, the state of Pennsylvania has, issued cease and desist letters to this training provider that's been literally on record, under oath saying that they don't do this, they don't comply with the ELDT requirements, et cetera, and they can't get the federal government to remove them from the TPR. So it's like the FMCSA has become like almost some sort of odd defense counsel for these bad actors, like taking the word of some training provider over the state of Pennsylvania. Like just stuff that you can't even understand. And so it'd be easy to arrive at looking at this registry and go, oh, they've removed some people. Oh, this is impressive here and there. There's 2,600 that are listed in pending removal. That's hopeful. Yeah, a bit. But a lot of those, as Jeff mentioned, are quasi-administrative, people not renewing their biennial recertification or re-registration elements. But behind the scenes, you see these states that are hopping mad saying, what is going on? We have told you, we've been trying to get you to remove, these folks for years, and they're still on here. That's what we see.
That's insane. It just is insane.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
And you're describing perfectly a dysfunctional system, and I don't think that's a leap to call it that. However, again, it does feel like a page is turning, and it feels like the people that should have been paying attention to this and should be paying attention to this are finally getting the message. Is that right, Andrew?
Absolutely. And, I had the great fortune to encounter Secretary Duffy at National Truck Driver Appreciation Week in New Jersey at a truck stop. He's just really a leader in this space, I think. And obviously, Chief Administrator Barrs with his law enforcement background. You got the right people there, right? And so I was talking to Secretary Duffy about this. Had 5 or 6 minutes of his time. It was amazing to describe this to him. And then there was a press conference. So his response, I mean, he's a person really acquainted with this industry, and just sort of see the secretary himself sort of in real time going, wait a second, because at that time especially was really hyper focused on English language proficiency and on non-domiciled CDLs, and those are quite relevant. Don't get me wrong, extremely so. But to see him go, in the press conference, you see him in real time being like, how is it that someone that can't even speak English can get past their skills test? And I'm like watching this press conference of, yes, that's the great question. Like, we just want you to ask the question even one layer back in the food chain is, how did that person even get entered onto the TPR? Because if their information was entered onto the TPR, that means they can go sit for the skills test. If that's not been entered, they can't even sit for it. So but you're right though. We're turning a page. We want to give credit where credit's due. We have seen, we saw a jump of almost 150, removals. Not all of those, the vast majority of those are not, due to substantive analysis of violations, but many of them are. So credit where credit's due, and also the tenacity, I think, and urgency that you see in a press conference like yesterday. That's something that we may not, the team might not be running all the right plays yet, but boy, oh boy, do we have the right people on the team.
Yeah. Well, and it's going to take a while too for them to. It has taken, and understandably, it's taken them a little while to understand the lay of the land. Secretary Duffy came in, but we've seen action on these issues happen incredibly quickly. Obviously, again, it's going to take some time for this to kind of get fixed over time. But another thing, we also had. I wanted to bring this up with you guys too. A 51-count indictment in New York, I think a couple weeks back, in which the DMV employees there, some of them are accused of falsifying CDL permit tests in exchange for bribes. We see these stories from time to time. You use that case as an opportunity to renew a call for a broader adoption of third-party CDL testing across all states. And Jeff, I think we can start with you maybe. Talk a little bit about that and the concerns that CVTA has with that as well.
Yeah, that was quite an eye-opener there. Yeah. But I'm not saying that it was shocking, only because there is a longer history in Massachusetts, for example, and that was state troopers were involved. I mean, me personally, and not just me personally, but I think a lot of folks hold those folks in extremely high regard for good reason. So, again, not holding them all accountable or doesn't cast a shadow on all troopers by any stretch, but it's just another example of one should not automatically interpret that the state-level examiners or functions are above reproach. There have been deficiencies realized. It ties into enforcement. And in Cora, we have third-party testing in multiple states and examiners, as do many schools of the CVTA. We are held to an extremely high regard with audits, covert audits, scheduled audits, reviewing the student test files, reviewing the actual testing. Our examiners are in place with a DOT and or state-level official to co-score a test. Now, these things can similarly be done at the state level, but one thing is for certain, every third-party testing entity, all of those examiners are CDL holders. That same statement cannot be said of the State Driver's License Association, agency examiners. Now, that's not to throw shade as far as all of those folks by any stretch, but I'm just stating the fact that there is a difference between the two. And I am fully confident that the third-party testing, not just the approving bodies, which are state level, but the ones that are out there, and yes, there are some bad actors, and yes, there are many that have been held to account, and that is a good thing. But we are held at a very high regard, and I think due to that is those mechanisms and that structure by which we are all operating under, that it is a supplement, a complement to the state licensing authorities in order to eliminate or minimize, skills testing delays and things of that nature. So I definitely think that the two can coexist, and in many states they do. In some, it's one or the other. But I'm a firm proponent or an advocate of third-party testing, and along with that, the high degree of oversight that goes with it. If you're a good actor, you're doing what you're supposed to do, you have no worries.
Yeah. Andrew?
Yeah, that's a place where, there's an indicator or evidence of how an enforced rule is working properly, right? We saw at CVTA for many years, and you see in some states that don't utilize third-party testing, at times you'll see these skills testing delays, and those are a real problem, right? Getting back to the student, you have folks that are, at many times sort of moving heaven and earth, either through, funding that they receive through the state or state government, federal government, to get this training to build a career. These are not folks who, are just, sitting on trust funds or something that have all the time in the world. They're like, working their tails off to become, to get trained to become a truck driver. And then you say, oh, sorry, Mr. Smith, there's a 2-week delay before you can take your skills test at the DMV. That is a real problem. And some people literally have to walk away to go take a different career at that point. Their skills degrade, and they're not going to do the skills test. They can't get hired, and and so that's sort of the skills testing delay part. But that's where this is working well, because when states do utilize third-party testing, you have the ability to go take that test immediately, and it's a system where, as Jeff mentioned, enormous oversight, right? I mean, we're talking straight up, covert audits, people with, binoculars making sure that folks are actually doing the test properly, or, doing co-scoring, as Jeff mentioned. All those things, that's where oversight is working appropriately. And so it's, I think, a real benefit to see that in the industry. And, Jeff, you're not throwing shade, but you mentioned that. But it's like, where the person conducting the examination doesn't have a CDL, that's a pretty unique circumstance, right? Like something happens during the skills test, and the student has to stop. It's like that examiner isn't driving the power unit back to the DMV.
Yeah. It's just this is the thing. It's where people say common sense isn't all that common anymore. The thing, we have these conversations all the time, and I find myself sitting back and thinking, this makes no sense. How do we get to this point where so many of these things are happening that just don't make any sense? And what you're describing there is one of those situations. But, I look at this whole training conversation, and again, I think the momentum is behind it now with all the talk about English language proficiency and, again, non-domiciled CDLs and whatnot, and the attention being on the people who can actually do the enforcement and make these changes. It is encouraging, but I also think it's worth pointing out that this is not just a safety aspect. It is certainly a safety aspect when you look at training, because we want safe drivers out on the road, obviously, and you do as well. But if you were to put a greater emphasis on training, that's also going to help with retention levels, which, as we know, are low, because a lot of these folks are getting in the industry, they're not trained properly, and they just can't cut it. How much of that enters into your thinking as well, too, I suppose, when looking at all this, and again, looking at the big picture, Andrew?
Oh, that's why I think, when we're talking about these are joint missions of CVTA, opportunity and safety work together, right? And we're seeing that now in terms of, the last thing that anyone wants, whether they're an owner operator, whether, they own a fleet, they work with the school, whether they, somebody who wants to become a truck driver, the last thing we want is to, have the face of trucking be these two people, the gentleman from Florida and the gentleman from, California, that cause these horrible accidents. No, that's terrible. It's critical that the American public know about that, but that's not, my younger brother's a truck driver. I love him, more than words. And I'm so proud of him and what he does. And, that's the face of the American truck driver, my brother Mike. And it's like, we have got to enforce these rules correctly. We've got to make sure that people are trained properly, because there's enormous opportunity out there. It's always been there, but these challenges that arise and some of the nonsense, non-common sense things that we've seen evolve, they just seeing them rolled back. It's sort of like it's a breath of fresh air and sort of sunlight in the room to imagine that there could be an FMCSA and a USDOT focused on safety and willing to act with urgency, right? That's the difference. It's so refreshing. It's like, hey, we got a problem. Let's do an interim final rule that is effective immediately. Try that out, right? Wow, how amazing. We need more of that, because that will allow, yes, in the short term, is that the case that people will go, wow, trucking has some real, or the enforcement space in trucking is really, wow, what has been going on over there, right? And then you take that immediate hit, but then, over time, through that sunlight and that cleaning of the space, you see it start to, take shape again into what everybody that loves this industry knows.
You got him fired up, Scott. You hear the passion. Andy, he starts to ramp up on these things for good reason. And I am lockstep there with him. One of the things I did want to mention, and that was just referring to yesterday's press conference and others, really appreciate the fact that Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bars, honed in on the essential job, the appreciation for truck drivers, and the recognition that they are literally driving the economy and making this country, flourish and run. We certainly love to hear all of that. And again, like I said earlier, we don't want any bad press to overshadow all of the good men and women that are out there that are doing it for all the right reasons. I've had my CDL since 1997. I take great pride in maintaining it. To be honest with you, I don't get out there and train as much as I used to because I'm in a different position. But I still hold all those same values. And if we just simply enforce what is currently on the books, it would go such a tremendous long way into cleaning up the industry, perhaps even cleaning up some impressions, although, they may be rooted in misconceptions, but still cleaning it up. And Scott, I dare say this, and I've used this analogy elsewhere. I am willing to bet that if this same dynamic existed for pilots, or doctors, or things of that nature, and there was suspect in terms of their training or credentialing. It's almost a rhetorical question, but how would those be approached? Well, we in this sector, we don't treat it any differently. 80,000 pounds running up and down the roads, and if the person that is operating that vehicle, if there is any suspicion or if there's any degree of uncertainty as to their ability to do it and the means by which they got their CDL, I wouldn't like to be sharing the road with that person no more than I'd like to be sitting in the commercial airliner behind a pilot that has suspect credentials. I liken it in the same way.
Well, and our executive vice president, Louis Pugh, always talks about the fact that, people going to beauty school, there's more minimum requirements there than there are in a lot of cases for commercial truck drivers, which again, going back to my point about common sense maybe not being as common as it once was, it's just mind-blowing to me. However, again, kind of putting a bow on everything we're talking about, it feels like we have the right kind of momentum now. I think it is safe to say that both of you feel like we are heading in the right direction. And that is due in no small part to what CVTA is doing, obviously, and has been doing now for a few decades. So I will say thank you to both of you, Andrew and Jeff, for not just your time today, but obviously for working on this issue and making sure that the right eyes are paying attention to it. It's important that we have people like yourselves that are committed to, training and safety and the things that we should be focused on. So we really appreciate it.
Grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Scott.
Extremely grateful, Scott. Thank you, and for all the things that you brought to the table in terms of enforcement and just simply demanding that we have the safest possible operators out there on the road. I think that is a no-brainer type of a discussion that we can all get behind.
Next week marks OOID's week-long Truckers for Troops campaign.
The event has raised more than $800,000 to send care packages to active duty military stationed overseas since 2007. And in recent years, Truckers for Troops has been raising money for the Veterans Community Project, which supports veterans in need in a variety of ways.
From November 10th through the 16th, truckers can join OOID or renew for $35, 10% of that total going toward Truckers for Troops, and OOID matches at 10% dollar for dollar. Flat donations also being accepted, every dollar going directly toward care packages and our veterans here at home.
Stay tuned to Trucking with OOIDA for full coverage next week as the campaign kicks off. In the meantime, you can go to ooida.com/T4T for more information.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.